Alright. Gonna do this real quick. Turn this on. Not that on. It's like a big little one. Cause I'm little chill. Oh. Little chunk boy. I love the chunk boy. Getting all Modi Grony over there. Oh. But anyway. Boop. So turning chill. This. The burrito was scrumptious, delicious, and definitely set up for quite some time when it comes to some Gentrawanas. Oh, it smells so good. Hella jelly. Cause we finna get jelly. Finna get jelly all up in this bitch. There we go. Make sure this isn't that loud. There we go. Quit bumping around. I felt nice plump after that delicious burrito. I figured I'd at least, check out a couple things that I wanted to kind of look at. Found out at least a few things that'd be kind of interesting. And also, I kind of wanted to go check out this one little snippet from from that Simcast shit from earlier, because, like, there's like a whole little thing about, I guess, a whole little discourse over the fact that a homeless person was killed, because the right wing, are essentially advocating for vigilantism, and these motherfuckers, of course, are doing that. Like, here's how you can tactically do this in a, hostile situation, have, like, hostile aggressive, like, tactics and whatever the fuck. It was just insane. I'm not gonna go to the original clip, though. I'm just gonna use the human support for it this time. Besides the commentary I was listening from that side of things, it's all pretty hilarious. So, but anyway, we won't get into it quite yet, though. We'll let that probably be like a little bit on the later side of things. In the meantime, at least check out another thing or two first. Let's get this round up, try stuff out. I don't think I've had the hella jelly yet, so we'll see how good this smokes up. Breaks nicely. I like that. Come on. There we go. Let's see how delicioso you are. There we go. Boom. Alright. Oh, there it is. Aww. Like, so adorable. It's just sitting there all sleepy. Just cute in his little adorable scrunched up ball. I always have to mention that because this dog's a little fluff nugget. A nugget of fluff indeed. Get this cleaned down, yeah? Well. There we go. Come on, get out. There we go. Let's see what's happening on this right now. Let's see. Oh my goodness, there's a new Lindsay Nicole video. Well, I'm always down to check out one of those. Here, let's see which one it is this time around. It's about a fucking piece of shit. Get back up here. Get back up in here. There we go. This will help probably address that fucking problem. There we go. Okay, that should probably at least help alleviate the... yeah, good enough. Cutest animals you've never heard of. Oh my goodness. There's cuteness. There's cute critters and cute animals galore. Well, I mean... well, sign me right up. I mean, how can anyone be against, such things? How can anyone be against such cute little things? We'll definitely use this as like a nice little relaxation respite, if anything.
If you've been following me on this channel, you know we tend to cover some of the darker sides of nature. Well, maybe not darker, but things that make you definitely lose your appetite. I'd say that recently things have gotten particularly heinous, with the video where I ate the scorpion, and the most recent episode of What the Fuck Is This? So, this week we're doing a palate cleanser for you, and especially for my editor.
I like a palate cleanser.
I've traumatized multiple times. No. It's a cozy reset, while also staying true to the ambiance of this channel. So, today, you are safe to eat your bowl of noodles while I introduce you to some of the cutest extinct animals you've never heard of.
But they're extinct, all.
Welcome to my new home. I tried to keep the background similar to the previous one because I did actually like it a lot. I'm going to give you a little apartment tour at the end of the video. If you're interested, stick around for that. Also, I got my hat back. Correct. So there's a chance some of you
she did get the hat back.
Watching are already unsure about the legitimacy of today's topic. The video on cute prehistoric animals seems, 1, a bit subjective, and 2, a bit speculative for a science channel. I'm going to tackle both of these concerns now before we get into the animals. So, first, cute is subjective. Finding something cute is an opinion, not a fact, which is inherently not science. So, to take care of this, as you might have seen from the community post, I made a survey to determine the top qualities people associate with cuteness. A bit overboard? Maybe, but fuck it, why not?
Fuck it, why not? I like it. I mean, that's not even overboard, honestly. I mean, you really gotta assess these type of things, and, like, I guess, what qualifies, like, as cute in a sense. I mean, this would most certainly be the best way to do it, probably. Just peer review data.
1,415 people, which I'd say is pretty solid. Thank you all for participating. I'm not going to turn this into a stats class because this is literally not the point of the video, but let's just get right into the results. What did you guys say are the traits most associated with cuteness? 30% of you said some variation of fluffy, fuzzy, or soft. About 29% of you said some variation of big eyes, large eyes. About 16% of you said a variation of small, teeny, tiny, little. And 6.9% of you said round. And the remaining 18% was a mixed bag, like affectionate, squishy, etc. Lots of other
squishability.
Things, solid and short, small, big eyes, fluffy, and rank. I also had a bonus question asking what a stereotypically cute animal is. The main ones were definitely cats, dogs, lots of variations of kitten, puppy, red pandas, elephants, capybaras, bunnies.
Oh yeah,
mostly
dude, capybaras are most certainly adorable as fuck. Capybaras are ridiculously cute and is an objective fact and a statement.
Animals, with the exception of elephants, but I'll get back to that. Actually, axolotls showed up a lot, too. And frogs. Should have worn my frog shirt. So, let's say animals with 4 limbs. I'd argue the stereotypical cute animals that we typically think of are tetrapods, have 4 limbs. This can be overruled though, with big eyes, like rock, paper, scissors. Big eyes, beak, 4 legs. For example, spiders, classic, not cute group. 8 legs, 4 legs, 2 minutes. But throw some big eyes on it and suddenly you got a jumping spider on TikTok with 3 million likes. Boom.
Yep, got some big eyeballs on a spider with 8 legs, and then suddenly it's all cute. And plus, they have like little fuzzies on them, so they also have like a little fuzzy kind of like category bonus going on too.
Same with snakes. 0 legs, 4 legs, 2 feet. Another classic, not cute grip. But you tell me right now that Tino wasn't the cutest little thing on this planet when he was a baby. Boom. Overruled. He's cute now, but when he was a baby, I was changing people's minds about their opinions of snakes. I will say that. I didn't research the psychology of why humans think small animals with big eyes are cute, but I think we can definitely agree that it's because they look like babies and vulnerable little things, and humans like to take care of babies that are vulnerable little things, as well as other animals. We've seen that in countless other species, and social animals like us, of course. Watch it not be that reason at all, and I just made myself look like an asshole. That's fine. I'm sorry. As for the 4 limbs and fluffiness, maybe because we like creatures that are more similar to us, mammals. That's just a thought. I don't know. Okay, so now we have more of a scientific understanding of what cute is, but we don't know exactly what these prehistoric animals looked like. We have the fossils, and artist reconstructions are a bit speculative in some aspects, but it turns out that under the right conditions, with exceptionally well-preserved fossils, we can see all the traits on our list in the fossil record. Small, boom, big eyes, boom, round, I will show you, and fluffy, I will show you. And also, regardless, I think...
Doesn't have anything very concrete, just like, you know, I'll show you, we'll get to that.
Have fun sometimes. We don't have to be so uptight all the time. It's okay to enjoy things and smile and say we don't know exactly, but we have a good idea, and that's okay, and it's fun to roll with. So, with that being said, allow me to introduce you to a Neurognathes, a small little pterosaur that was alive during the Jurassic in what is now Germany. Let me give you a quick recap on what the fuck pterosaurs had going on before we move any further so we're all on the same page. Pterosaurs were flying reptiles that were alive from 210 to 66 million years ago. They lived alongside the dinosaurs, but were not dinosaurs, just closely related to them. A big misconception, as we know. Maybe I should define what a dinosaur is. No, this is already a tangent. I'm not going to do a tangent off of another tangent. I'll save that for another day. Pterosaurs were the first flying vertebrates to ever exist that we know, and came in a variety of sizes.
Exploding burrito MC. Hey, what's up, me?
From the largest...
Speaking of burrito, I actually just, ate one before I came back on here. Starting for a little bit. I don't know if you saw the, like, Lance on Dimble. That we were checking that shit out earlier. I might check one more little bit that I never got to see yet, but I'm gonna use Mike if I do, but I haven't really totally decided on that one. Because it's about like this absurd discourse that I was just like, what? It was honestly even more shocking than like what I was listening to when I tuned in, so I was just like, oh my fucking god. I mean, there's a lot of gems in it, honestly, that even more than I realized, but we'll deal with that later.
That had something like a 40-foot wingspan, and some of the smallest that we know of, like our little guy today, a Neurognathes. A Neurognathes hits all of
little
the
dude.
classic cute
that little guy looks so cute.
Characteristics. Small, big eyes, round, and fluffy. And I will show you the evidence for each of them. The first fossil of a Neurognathes was found in the Solnhofen limestone of Germany and described in 1923 by paleontologist Ludwig Heinrich Philipp.
What was that? Wait, hold on. Wait, hold up.
By paleontologist Ludwig Heinrich Philipp.
Dodeline. That's Dodeline. Like, I mean, oh, come on, Lizzie. You can do it. You can do it.
Dodeline.
Nailed it.
Germans, please don't come after me. The fossil was pretty crushed, was not well preserved, but seemed to have had a wingspan of a mere 10 inches long, and that's just the wingspan. Body length-wise, they seem to have been about 3.5 inches long, so very teeny. Boom.
Aw, they're tiny. Little minis.
Small. A second fossil of a Neurognathes found in 2007 had a slightly larger wingspan of about 13 inches. So, still small, still valid. Scientists estimate that a Neurognathes would have weighed about 40 grams, which is less than the weight of a newborn kitten. The second, more well-preserved fossil of a Neurognathes also confirms they had large orbits, or eye sockets. You know what that means?
Big eyes.
Big eyes. Also good to know here that large sclerotic rings found on the fossil confirms they had large eyes as well. Those are rings of bone found in the eyes of lots of vertebrate animals.
Whoa. Wait, there's like little bone rings that some animals have going on? What the fuck? I'm trying to think about how that would work. Yeah. Oh my lord.
Like fish, reptiles, birds, mammals don't have them. We just don't have them. Oh, also, the skull is delicate and round. Boom. Round. So far we got small, big eyes, round. But how could we possibly know if something was fuzzy from a slab of rock from 150 million years ago? Well, in exceptionally rare cases, soft tissues can be preserved. It's how we know T-Rex likely had lots of feathers covering them as juveniles and kind of grew out of that as they got older. At least that's the last time I researched that. As of 2021, that is constantly being researched, so that might have changed. So,
I love how the T-Rex is still not totally figured out. It's like, you know, we're the more we learn about it, the more we realize that our last conception of what they were is not what we thought they were. Like, I mean, it's like, that's what I kind of love about archaeology. Like, I mean, it's kind of, you know, inferring, you know, just based off what you do discover. And sometimes, you know, the more you discover about a thing, the more you realize there's way more to it than obviously you initially perceived of. And I always love shit like that, because it's like, oh, oops. Yeah, it's like, I guess we were a little wrong on this one. We miscalculated a little bit.
A couple different ways, where essentially the shape of the soft tissues is preserved in the rock. And as far as I know, fossils of Aneurognathus specifically have not been found with that level of preservation, but some of their close relatives have, like Geolopterus, a slightly larger relative in the same family as Aneurognathus. Their family is called Aneurognathidea, since Aneurognathus was found first. Geolopterus has similar stuff going on, and has an insanely well-preserved fossil. And in 2009, scientists released It's Not a Fucking Album, published a paper breaking down all the kinds of stuff they had going on in their soft tissues, including structures called pycnofibers. Pycnofibers are pterosaur fuzz, or fluff. Mammal fluff is hair, bird fluff is feathers, and pterosaur fluff is pycnofibers. Different structure.
Huh. So, like, this is, there's like a kind of a totally different structure going on for like different types of animals when it comes to the quote fluff. I like it. A variety of fluff.
Nonetheless. And pycnofibers actually seem to have been a universal pterosaur trait, meaning many, if not all of them, had them. So they were likely present at the early stages of the pterosaur lineage, and there are multiple well-preserved pterosaur fossils that have them, like Sortes pilosus, and one published just last year, Tupangalactus. Unusual looking, to say the least. Dude, some pterosaurs were just fucking flying Picasso paintings. Scientists are going back and forth on whether or not pycnofibers were actually protofeathers, which were the early stages of feathers that dinosaurs had, and then eventually modern birds had regular feathers. It's a current debate. Scientists are in a tussle as we speak. So, while I
mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a genuine link to it. I mean, but hey, that's why they're kind of probably debating it right now, being like, well, is it? Well, the evidence says this. Well, I don't know. That evidence says contrary, because actually, you know, could be leaning to this instead, you know, so, I mean, that's why, at least, you know, when it comes to this, like, debate about science, at least this actually has merit, instead of, like, is woke.
Fossils haven't been well preserved enough to see if they have pycnofibers. A smart assumption would be that they did have them, since at least many pterosaurs and their close relatives had them. And the Aneurognathus fossils do have these little bumps around the mouth, which were possibly some sort of bristles, like whiskers, which is just the cherry on top for cuteness. And of course, each—
Okay, a tiny little flying, like, squirrel ball, little pterosaur thing, and that is about, like, yay big, basically. Flying around, and it's got like little whiskers on top of it. Oh my god, okay. Can we, like, why do these go extinct? Can we have these guys back? I mean, they sound like ridiculously adorable.
These traits were actually adaptations that helped them survive, not just win the award for the most squishable little guy 150 million years ago. Well, actually, who's to say they weren't having squishable contests in the late Jurassic? We can't prove that they didn't. But all of these qualities made them perfectly adapted to hunting insects at night. Big eyes, to see in low light conditions, pycnofibers, possibly for insulation, and muting the sounds of their wings while they're flapping to hide from their prey. Being small, I mean, endless answers, probably helped with maneuverability and taking off in small places and landing in small places, compared to Quetzalcoatlus, which, how the fuck, they probably needed a whole fucking landing strip. And so,
dude, they probably straight did. Those things are, like, she got just showed a little snippet. Yeah, right here. The Quetzalcoatl versus a Cessna, like, it's about the same width of a Cessna, pretty much. And damn near about the same length, give or take.
Compared to Quetzalcoatlus, which
archaeologists in 100 years discovering a fossilized moron. Well, I mean, it takes a lot more time than 100 years for someone like to be fossilized. I mean, that would be a mummification, though. I guess we could have a mummiologist, I suppose.
Fuck, they probably need.
Well, I guess that would still be like a sub-branch of archaeology, I guess, so, yeah.
So, A Neuronathus most likely lived a lifestyle similar to modern bats and owls. I was initially going to end the video there, just one cute animal. But then I read through the comments on the community post about the survey, and it became very clear to me that many of you are expecting me to talk about the dodo. We've got a lot of fans of the dodo, but here's the thing. I made an executive decision to not put the dodo in this video.
So... yeah.
Yeah, no, fuck the dodo.
Anything, I can already hear the keyboards clicking and clacking. Please, one moment. I'm going to show you a different extinct animal. The dodo is being talked about a lot right now because they were just put on the de-extinction list by Colossal, who is working on resurrecting the woolly mammoth, the Tasmanian tiger, and now the dodo.
You crazy son of a bitch, you did.
That's a topic I'm already planning on covering, so I want to include them next. So let me show you the next one. As we know from our survey results, most people think of cute creatures as small, with the exception of elephants. Elephants are very large, and people still think they are very cute. So, I present to you the Sicilian pygmy elephant. Yes, a small elephant that lives...
Oh, okay. That's adorable. A little pygmy elephant, little baby elephants.
Now, Sicily. Fossil evidence suggests they had a stature like wiener dogs, long torso and short legs, and they had baby features throughout adulthood. But their cuteness is not the most interesting thing about this. Actually, how they became so small. It's because of Sicily. Let me explain what this is what the
Damn Sicilians, giving us tiny little fucking elephants and taking them away from us. Damn it, because they're so cute.
Elephant.
I mean, they look a little cute. They basically just look like elephants, but with just stubbier legs and, well, longer bodies.
Straight tusked elephants. The largest elephant to ever exist, that we know of. And the biggest mammal by mass to ever walk the planet, that we know of. Of course, not including whales because they don't walk. These elephants were estimated to have gotten to 30,000 pounds. They were
damn.
You could have walked right under one. And they were found.
It's like the equivalent of like a small boat, like a small military vessel or something, like, you know, like a little patrol boat or something. It was like, damn.
Europe and Asia during the Pleistocene until about 20,000 years ago. If you're familiar with the Pleistocene or saw my Ice Age iceberg video, you might know that during this time sea levels were changing due to drastic fluctuations in climate and glaciers freezing and melting and freezing and melting and freezing. And so, Italy and Sicily were occasionally connected by a land bridge when sea levels were lower. It seems as though a population of straight-tusked elephants migrated to Sicily over the land bridge and eventually became isolated when sea levels rose and the land bridge disappeared. And they shrunk over a long period of time, but it was relatively quick considering how drastic that change was.
I mean, basically from what it sounds like, considering the islands, there's just not a lot of resource, so to speak. So as a way, like, pretty much it sounds like the initial, like, slight adaptations is more probably just due to a lack of, like, you know, food and things like that, you know, for them to have, like, more bigger, healthier lifestyles, so they end up being kind of more emaciated and thus just kind of evolved to be just smaller because of it.
14-ton beast to a little guy the size of a Shetland pony. So, why? One explanation that you might be familiar with is called Island Rule. That essentially says on islands, big animals evolve smaller size, and small animals evolve bigger size. Smaller creatures don't have their mainland predators and can control them.
Oh, you know, yeah. Yeah, because she was just showing the Galapagos tortoise there. Yeah, I mean, because those are predominantly, I mean, there's different species depending on the island too, but, like, yeah, I mean, because usually tortoises are mostly small by, you know, nature, usually, for the most part, until you get little Galapagos tortoises. Well, then you get, like, chameleons there, but, you know, for, like, little islands.
Smaller.
Yeah, they're little babies. You know, I can't believe there are, like, little, like, reptiles that are, like, that tiny.
And small animals evolve bigger size. Smaller creatures don't have their mainland predators and can control more resources, so they get bigger. And large animals have more limited food, more limited area, so they get small. It's a very loose general trend, meaning it doesn't always happen that way, but enough time for people to be like, coincidence? I think not! Take it however you want to. Some scientists don't really fuck with it, others kind of fuck with it. It is what it is. Regardless of how and why it happened, Sicilian pygmy elephants were just 15% of their ancestors' original body mass. And depending on when they migrated to Sicily, sometime between 175,000 to 50,000 years ago, this could have happened in as little as 40 generations, which is just insane. And so maybe Colossal will add them to the de-extinction list as well. Those are the cute little guys for today. And like I said at the beginning of the video, I'm gonna give you...
Oh shit, she has a fucking bass just chilling. Oh my god, does she play that? Dude, like, I mean, she needs to make, like, some side content playing her instrument. She had, like, a cool-looking guitar, like, in her previous videos, and now she has, like, a fat fucking bass just chilling there. Like, what? Like, why does she, like, got, like, some awesome shit that I'm, like, slowly discovering about her?
New apartment set. Let's do that now. This is what the living room looks like.
Oh, well, now she's doing a little apartment tour. I guess, like, she moved into a new spot, so now she's, you know, showing off all the cool... Wait, what is that? Hold up. Like, hold up. What was that cool, crazy-looking shit? Hey, what's this? Yo, yeah. She's probably gonna explain it here. I want to hear
I also
what.
have these 4X horns. I've never shown these on camera because they don't work in the background, but these are actually real. I found them on the ground in Namibia and got them cleaned up by a taxidermist and got a permit to bring them back to the States. The only bag they fit in was a rifle bag though, so there were a lot of questions at the airport. All right, this is my...
Damn. Oh my god. Holy shit. I kind of like that, honestly. It's just like she had to go for a lot of like customs and to get that shit sent back. But those look pretty dope. I'm not even gonna lie. Those are pretty badass looking horns. It's coolly the thing. The whole thing. Yeah, so two options completely undermining the GOP. Use force use man to unilaterally raise the debt print more money. I'm starting to think the whole thing is a ploy to cut Medicare and Medicaid. Well, yeah. So, I mean, in a way, it kind of is, I would imagine. Because both parties, and especially the capital owners that, support and lobby those parties, have a kind of a vested interest in that. So, overall, it's kind of in their vested interest to kind of push that. I mean, a lot of things, unfortunately, are kind of like a ploy, so to speak. I mean, maybe not like overtly directly, but in a sense when it comes to having a more broader goal when it comes to achieving a thing. Like cutting Medicare and Medicaid because, that gives more power to the, for-profit interests and shit. And, capital owners and politicians. Especially the ones that are pushing it. What the hell is this? At least it isn't likely that the wealthy would benefit from the default. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess you're kind of probably overtly talking about like the whole banking thing going on. Honestly, I kind of find it a little weird that there isn't really a lot of conversation about that element. And I kind of would have talked about it if I kind of knew exactly all the details about it. Like, I know, like, the two biggest, like, bank collapses, literally, like, at least 2 out of the 3, basically happened within a, months' time of each other? A bank debt limit. Okay, well, alright. Well, you gotta show us what I know. And honestly, like, I mean, why do we technically have a debt limit? Yeah, just either raise it or, just print more money. Or, like, because it's, like, we run it via fiat currency. Like, this is something that we could fix. Or maybe not necessarily fix, but adjust. And, push into a direction where it could stabilize more. And so, like, I mean, if fiat currency is, like, by its nature, like a construct in a sense of, like, it's something that you can kind of, like, infer the value or the trend of where that value of that money goes, or like the monetary goes and shit, of like the dollar. So I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, I'm not like the biggest economist nerd at all for sure, but like fuck, I mean, even I know that like when it comes to fiat currency, you actually have like a means to manipulate it if you want, especially if you need to. Like I'd probably say right now that it seems constitutional. The 14th Amendment explicitly states the government can't ignore debt payments. Yeah, which I would argue that like we probably at the very minimum should be paying it back, or at least find some way to mitigate the whole debt and shit. Because there is like as far as I'm concerned, merit to try to mitigate that, but I don't really think it's that inherently big of a deal. As long as there's at least, some sort of a level of payment being given to it. Because honestly, like, at least to some extent, some level of it, is at least to help kind of alleviate different social programs, then help invest into that. So it's like, I mean, it's like if we have a debt that is being used, for like productive things, I'm not even necessarily like against it. But, I mean, it's, like, I mean, U.S.'s current debt is just, like, just fucking, absurdly bullshit. Republicans are trying to get, God, the goddamn man called and said, "Sir, enough now to loan you money." Wait, the bank won't loan you and your mom money to like, you know, to like finalize your fucking like departure to leave and shit? I mean, honestly, this is kind of like, you know, why at least, you know, not enough money in the property. Oh my god, this is why property value bullshit. Like, having things tied to property value and then, like, you know, just, like, materialistic value instead of, like, you know, quality of living is retarded. It's insane. It's a fucking broken-ass system. It's just like, what the fuck? So there's really genuinely, like, because the bank is like, nah. Like, that is essentially, so not even like the step douche / step shit is, you know, the reason why. It's literally the fucking bank at this point. Just being like, nah, you're too poor for this, fuck you. It's like, what the fuck? If anything, you would think, like, you know, giving a loan to somebody, especially if they're trying to move and stuff, would actually be, you know, like, something that would qualify that more. It's like, yeah, like, you know, you're moving, leaving, blah, blah, blah. Fucking bullshit, bro. Ugh. Why do you think I get so rabble-rousing and radical and fucking, you know, not, like, I guess militant, but, you know, kind of like, you know, in a fight mood a little bit when it comes to shit like this? Because it's just like, what the fuck? Like, how many more people have to, like, consistently fucking suffer over the consistent policies that, you know, continuously perpetuate the status quo into a fucking garbage bin? Into fucking goddamn, like, garbage disposal. It's just like, what the fuck? And also, you scapegoating trans people too, you know, for the entire time, because it's a good red herring to, you know, distract a lot of the populace and shit while they do a lot of these things behind the scenes, where they know different Democratic politicians will be more likely to agree with it and will more likely to pass. So they always, you know, are pushing a lot of this anti-trans shit in a sense, as a way to, you know, obfuscate from the fact that they're, you know, pushing a lot of this, you know, horrible, like, economic exploitative bullshit. Because there's, you know, not really, you know, a coincidence. It's like, it's not just some mere coincidence that, you know, they're doing that type of shit. And Democrats do fuck one to actually address, you know, the problems that come with, you know, the bigotry, you know, being pushed on this culture war nonsense. Well, I mean, it's not like nonsense, but, I mean, you know, but like how the fucking far-right fascists and shit, like, that in itself is nonsensical. But, you know, and the fact that we have to be in this type of situation is. But, you know, for the advocacy of these rights and, you know, and shit, obviously that ain't. But it's just like, fuck. Does that mean policy at all? There's literally a 8% being about anti... Yeah. They're literally, you know, a lot of Republicans care more about being anti-woke and shit and addressing wokeness more so than literally anything else. Like, at least at this point right now. I mean, yeah, it's just like, what? It's like, do they not realize that pretty much everybody else that isn't them is fundamentally against that bullshit? Like, of what they're trying to do? Like, they're just, like, you know, basically making themselves utter fucking total pariahs. Because they are. They are like a fucking, you know, pariah politically and shit. And, you know, a lot of them, you know, have a lot of fucking power in office right now. And it's part of the reason why they have, you know, the influence that they do. Delicious. Raspberry. Here, pull up a little tune or two. A couple tunes for a little respite between reacting to some shit. Yeah, there we go. I want to at least see if I can find, like, maybe, like, some resources or something. Even in, like, the local area that might help with, like, trying to get, like, people out of deep-ass red states and shit. Because I know, especially in, like, a lot of different states, like in Oregon, Washington, like, I know California is another state, like, New York, I think, is another one. There's a few states that are, like, openly being like, yeah, we'll help people, like, get out of, like, different states, when they need it. So, I know there are, like, legit different organizations that will straight up, like, offer grants, and they're not, like, huge grants, but, will help out and offer grants, for people to at least have, like, a little bit of charity to help, make, help, get them out. Again, resources to get them, like, means and ability to go live somewhere else, and especially in a state that, they would be more protected in. Will further trust except fiat is only goddamn functioning branch of government, which is bad. I mean, and the problem is that it's not functional. Like, I mean, I guess that's kind of the issue, but at the same time, it's just like, I mean, do we, like, I mean, it's kind of a dilemma in a sense, because, like, if you have a functional government that's, like, right-wing as fuck, then it's not, that is not good. But, if you have a government that should be, like, functional but isn't, then that, it's like, it's just kind of, it's bullshit, not just because, like, like, if we have, like, a executive that, might overreach and shit, it's just because of, like, the system that is just, like, been ingrained, for all the generations, and this is basically, like, what we have for the political menu, quote-unquote. Except there's accepting money from a scammer, so we gotta watch out for him getting hacked at best and waiting for the police to come get him at worst. Oh my god! Dude, Stepdouche, dude, your step shit, like me and Rose kind of upgraded your Stepdouche's name to Step Shit. And cause he is a step shit. Like, cause oh my god, he is gonna get his own comeuppance at some point. I mean, he really will. Like, if he goes to jail for shit like this... That pace... Well, I'll just, like, neither confirm nor condemn, or I guess condone nor condemn that. I'll just say that that is a statement that you have indeed made. And I, am merely observing said statement. But I, got zilly thoughts about, some shit about that. I mean, honestly, it sounds like the bank is fucking you out of, getting out of the property and shit too. So I mean, it's not really just your step shit, but also like the fucking bank, because like, I guess y'all too poor and too, like, low credit score. Our social credit system says that you are not allowed to get that, so fuck you. It's a bunch of bullshit. The Congress is too corrupt to even so that prevent a slow motion economic crisis, then we should be giving the executive branch more power over fiscal policy. Yeah. I mean, and honestly, there's, like, an argument to be had where I think, there is merit for the executive to at least, kind of have at least a little bit of, just kind of the, the slightest, edge in, power more so than the rest of the branches, at least in my mind. I'm not saying a lot, but at least a little bit when it comes to certain, situations or certain crises and shit like that, whether economic, environmental, whatever the fuck. So for a situation, especially with the economy going on right now, I would argue that, yeah, like, like, at least having a little bit more power for the executive to do shit is necessary. And also just on social views. And at least with that, like, there already is power for the executive to override that shit, the supremacy clause. Like, he could, like, Biden's administration could right now, like, with via supremacy clause, override these different laws that, Republicans are pushing in their states because, just on the virtue of it being unconstitutional and being discriminatory. Based off, like, sex, religion, gender, race and shit. But, I mean, you ain't seen them do that at all. Honestly, that would actually, like, you know, at least give an argument to say that Biden at least somewhat gives a shit about trans people and shit if he actually did that. Even if the Republicans were still trying to push those laws and were like, well, fuck you, we're going to do it anyway, and try to enforce it, you know, even though out very unconstitutional at that sense, then, you know, let them fucking dig their own grave in that case. But, you know, again, supremacy clause, bitch. Like, I mean, we, at least concurrently, we would have, you know, like, an ability to actually fucking, you know, like, push, you know, for, like, an overriding of these laws. But nope. Can't wait to not get my STI next month. Wait, so was there something that was pushed, like, federally about this? Was there, like, you know, like, some sort of bill or some shit that passed? I mean, if you have an article for it, you know, send them my way. I'd love to check it out. Ideally, Congress should have fiscal power, but our system's so fucking stupid and so fucking corrupt that it doesn't make any amount of sense to do it this way until sufficient reform is passed. Yeah. Here, government will default on Social Security payments. Oh, and that means, okay, so, yeah, that means essentially, okay, so that's why, you know, it's, you know, okay, now, okay, I get it. I thought there was, like, a bill, but no, it's about the whole debt thing. Okay, so starting with that, and honestly, like, considering that, shit needs to act, like, you know, motherfuckers need to be acting, like, you know, now. You know what I mean? Like, cause Jesus Christ. It's probably giving the money to, cops or something stupid like that. Biden's never gonna do shit, to crack down on state-level abuse. Look what Florida's getting away with. Yeah. Which is how you know that, like, you know, the current Democratic administration doesn't inherently give a shit about, like, you know, trans issues or, you know, police brutality. And if anything, Biden's talked about, like, you know, how it's a, you know, good thing that police are getting funded more and shit like that. And how despite, like, you know, the whole defund police stuff we overcame and were able to actually, you know, make sure the police were, you know, like, you know, given, you know, the proper funding and stuff, blah, blah. Like, it's boasted about shit like that. So, yeah, like, I mean, you know, he don't give a fuck. In fact, if anything, like, his foreign policy, at least when it comes to immigration, is not really too far different from fucking Trump. Like, even John Oliver, you know, was making a whole thing about it, being, you know, especially when it came to the 1,500 troops and being sent to the border, being like, you know, what the fuck? Like, that, you know, like, weren't, like, wasn't it, like, one of your main policy points or promises and shit was to not be basically Trump at the border, and you're essentially, like, doing something that I would, you know, think that Trump would do? Like, I would think Trump would send, like, 1,500 motherfuckers to the border when it comes to the military and shit, or even more. You know, it's like, like, I remember reading the article, and I replaced Biden administration with Trump administration, and honestly, I'm like, yeah, I could believe that. Not voting next year. I frankly don't blame you. Honestly, like, I know Paul, well, DFF broadly was talking about it on their last Onion Nuggets, and there was even some people there that were like, yeah, honestly, I kind of, you know, see why Paul, you know, has the position that he does. You know, at least when it comes to national elections and shit. Yeah, at least in national elections, which, yeah. I mean, actually, there's a special kind of, like, election going on right now, which I already, you know, did. I got the whole thing right here, but, like, it's mostly just mainly about helping increase the firefighting funding, so there could be expansions on some wildfire, you know, like provisions, you know, for different stations that are kind of near some wildfire risk areas and shit like that, and helping expand funding for EMS response and shit. So, you know, there's a local ballot measure and a few people in school district election seats and stuff like that. Like, if anything, the election for this is honestly more important than things on national level. Like, shit right here is more important than national level shit, because it's all local stuff. It's school district / like firefighting stuff, you know, and there's a local measure to help, you know, increase logistical funding and equipment and things like that to make sure that, like, wildfire fighting and shit like that is, you know, more properly addressed and, you know, more invested into. Especially considering Oregon's going to be having more wildfires in the future, for sure. that racist cunt fired a black woman because she was too woke. Wow, of course. Fucking pieces of shit. Women in politics. Real women in politics. Dude, oh my god. If there was an electoral college. I mean, honestly, I would legitimately, be more considerate of it. At least for me personally, yes. I think the electoral college really is what suppresses a lot of, the legitimacy of the vote on the national level. So, at least for me personally, yeah, I would be a lot more, considerate of that type of stuff for sure, yeah. Because honestly, they'll help uplift, potential third / like 40 party votes as well. Because people don't necessarily feel as tied into voting for the two major parties, because you have to make sure the state goes to a certain electoral number or whatever the fuck. Because the national elections, at least when it comes to the presidency, it's not based on one person, one vote. It's based off of like the number on a chunk of land. It's like, huh? If we have proportional representation, yeah. And it's just like we have a symbolic proportional representation, and then electoral college has the legitimacy of how we, see the election. It should be the other way around. Like, the electoral college should basically be seen as like maybe some like data analytical shit, and symbolic. It's like kind of a way to kind of maybe broadly see how a state kind of leaned one way or the other, predominantly with how they voted. But it shouldn't actually have an influence over the fucking election, though, the popular vote should. Because that's the whole point of an election. And the whole, like, well, we're not a democracy, we're a constitutional republic. It's like, I mean, hey, guess what? There's democratic, elements and means within that republic, so we're still democratic, so... Wasn't a hack handpicked by establishing we have fair and competitive primaries. Well, yeah, I mean, I'd most certainly be even way more interested. Though the electoral college, and get rid of that would be a good start. But definitely that too. Guy said that the only way to get rid of us and keep it in the house for him to spend all his money on lotto tickets. Only way to get rid of us and keep the houses for keep the house for him is to spend all of his money on lotto tickets. So he's literally just he's literally fucking getting a gambling addiction. Your step shit is straight up like starting a gambling addiction just to spite you and hope that y'all can leave. Wow. I'd argue this has been the case for most of our history. I mean, yeah, sure. But there's been plenty of times where people have challenged that, notion. And in fact, honestly, there was more of an ability to challenge it, earlier in America's history, more so than today. I mean, back at, like, literally, like, 100 years ago, give or take, I mean, you had, like, a literal socialist, Eugene Debs, who got 13-something% of the popular vote while literally in prison. Like, I mean, you can't really get that anymore today. So, I mean, if anything, there was kind of more of an impetus from people back then, to have an ability, or at least, more of a, like, sense, or at least options, to be able to at least challenge it, even if it didn't really go anywhere. But, the fact that those voices were there, did help, force concessions and force different things for the establishment and status quo politicians to essentially, attempt to at least play ball a little bit. And coming best gonna get murdered at worse. Well, look, hey, dude, if you get, like, to a situation where you genuinely are, like, getting to a point where you might be homeless, just, like, buy some, like, fucking beater of a car and just drive to the PMW or something. I don't fucking know, bro. Like, I mean, drive to a state that you know, at least has protections. You know, even if it's like, you know, I think Illinois is another state that actually has like trans rights protections and queer protections and shit, which is surrounded by a bunch of red states, you know, in the sense of like, you know, anti-trans legislation, shit like that. So I mean, there's other states around, you know, like, you know, even if it's not like, you know, BMW type of shit where, you know, there's protections and shit. It actually, you know, means where you might be able to at least, you know, fare better off, especially at least, you know, when it comes to social issues. And also people who would be more willing to help you and generally want to give you a leg back up. Yeah, I mean, the thing is too, like, I mean, well, I mean, I think he's meaning both of them. I think he's like meaning like for him and his mom. So I think that's kind of what he's not really just referring to himself, which obviously I don't think he's just going to split ways with his mom if that's the situation. So I mean, I don't know. I would just say that, like, just at least at the very end of the day, fucking migrate out of, you know, the South. You know, even if it takes a long time, even if y'all just have to fucking hike it or something. I mean, it's, you know, during spring or summertime, so at least it ain't the winter, or at least the shit ain't gonna be that fucking freezing cold and miserable, so at least there's that. The chances of becoming as Reagan called them a freedom fighter are extremely high for me. Well, don't go in those states. Stay out of them then. Which obviously, I mean, I feel like just being in Alabama is doing it too for you. But, you know, which is why I think all in all, you know, like, definitely need GTFO of it. Should have 60 or something. Well, the thing is, from what he's saying, that, like, it's being, you know, like, stifled due to his step shit and due to the bank not being able to give him and his mom the loan that they need to be able to, like, you know, sell the property or, you know, or whatever the fuck. I mean, I don't know all the very specific details. I mean, I was just seeing from what he was mentioning from earlier. So, might not be able to have resources to even go to town over. I mean, I'll see if there's, like, at least national organizations, because I know, honestly, there are national organizations that right now are kind of propping up, you know, trying to focus and prioritize on trying to get people out of different states that, you know, are very oppressive, like Alabama being one of them. So, I mean, all in all, like, I mean, there's at least, you know, some resources out there. I mean, I'll kind of look around and see if there is some, you know, that might legitimately be an opportunity to help. And at least being a benefit. Because, yeah, like, these days, like, whatever help is out there and available, take what you can. So, you know, at least for me, I'll definitely see if there is anything. And try to send your way. But I don't know how I could directly send that to you. At least right now. I would. Be straight worse so far. This PlayStation Man on GoFundMe. I think a while back he had a GoFundMe on there. I don't know if you have it still up. Honestly, if you do, you know, like, yeah, like, I think I might still have it like tabbed on my Chrome or something. Maybe I can link it around to like Mornax and a few other people and maybe see if we can spread it around a little. Goofy little puppo. Ask you for 50 grand or different, in my opinion. Well, I mean, like, anything helps though. I mean, honestly, even if like some of that is raised up, I mean, did the cards dealt with. I mean, like, I get it. I mean, honestly, like, I mean, everyone kind of has to live with the cards they're dealt with to an extent, but that doesn't mean that you just, have to fold them, though, you know what I mean? I mean, like, at least in my opinion. I mean, it's just like, like, in a lot of ways, I mean, you definitely kind of have to, like, think outside the box with some situations, especially when, like, it comes to a situation where it's like, fuck it. Gotta take a chance, so... Especially when it comes to, these type of situations. I mean, that's, like, definitely something that, might, be the better opportunity. Life isn't fair. Well, yeah, but, so? That doesn't, I mean, at least for me, that doesn't necessarily mean you, just necessarily, capitulate to it. Yeah, like, life's never been fair to me, but that doesn't mean, at least, try to fight to make it, my life a little bit more fair. Which, I mean, honestly, in comparison to, like, 10 years ago to now, I mean, there's definitely plenty of things about my life that are more fair than they were, but at the same time, there's plenty of it that isn't. And if anything, in some cases, it's gotten, maybe worse to certain degrees. At least, especially when it comes to, like, labor exploitation and stuff like that, especially on a more corporate, like, social economic level. But, I mean, broadly, though, I mean, it's like, at least, doing different things to kind of at least, try to, like, push to make things, even if it is incrementally just a little bit better, or at least, push towards the route that might, end up, getting to a better opportunity, and take a gamble, basically. Just goes quick to stress. Well, yeah, I'm not saying, like, try to fix things that are out of control. I'm not mentioning that. I'm mentioning, look at what, cards that you do have in your control and, kind of take a gamble with those cards. Because sometimes, I mean, like, with the cards that you're dealt, so to speak, I mean, some of them have a means to where you could take a little bit of a gamble with it. And does that mean you might, win some? Probably not. Maybe not, but maybe so. I mean, but you won't know unless you take the risk. Bye-bye. What? What the fuck? And this shit all the same. I mean, only if, I mean, you allow yourself to, think that isn't inherently the case. What kind of suggest you take? I mean, I don't know, like, every tiny little specific detail, at least, with most recent details about his, current situation. But I would say, at least, like, when it comes to the last little bit of, things necessary to at least, finalize, getting out of Alabama, is, really, like, as soon as that type of shit is, like, done, even despite these roadblocks, like, the goddamn, like, bank, like, denying a loan to them and shit, and all these other things, I mean, like, in a sense, I mean, for me, like, at least taking a risk is sometimes just kind of, like, in a sense, maybe, like, having to restart it more so than just, like, moving a lot of stuff, but if anything, just taking, like, almost really kind of not much and having to legit kind of, like, build back up, more so than just, like, kind of reselling some stuff, but only having just, like, basically the clothes on your back and, like, a backpack full of it. Like, it's a bigger risk and a big gamble, but, I mean, like, when it comes to, like, different roadblocks that are happening and prolonging, something that ends up making it, a potential or it might not happen. I mean, like, jumping the gun to it, might maybe, at least in some instances, be a better result. And even if it's not necessarily, being like, like going to Arizona, at least, going to a state where there can be at least a little bit of a recuperation, is also, a good result. But I think Arizona would be that state. Hope you don't mean like your workload decreases zero. I mean no more job. Well, yeah. I mean honestly, at least for me, like my work. Oh wait, hold on. I didn't even talk this. Wait. Apparently unintentionally, I woke up to some bushy upper level managers like last night without knowing it. As a result, my workload has decreased. That'll sure show me. Woke up as in removes to sleep or well, yeah, like I'm assuming like woke up. No official punishment. I just got an email with new major restrictions on task I was doing. Oh yeah, that'll show you. That'll show you real good. Assuming he doesn't find a way to get the money. Well, I mean, knowing that your mom's a lawyer, I mean, if you think that is something that is a potential risk, I mean, I would, you know, if she has not a job. Because, I mean, absolutely, they're definitely, you know, I mean, considering that she's definitely kind of a little bit of a shark about that type of shit, I mean, you know, I most certainly respect it, because, I mean, it, you know, she's definitely got, like, you know, a really, you know, like, in a very good way, like a conniving type of brain and shit. Like, you know, able to kind of like, you know, weed through the bullshit. Like, she's really good at that type of stuff, you know, from what you've told me about her. So, it's just like, you know, all in all, I mean, I would, you know, think that she would at least have a contingency about these type of things. Or at least, you know, a way to deal with it if it were to come up. When overdose risk gets into properly automatically sells. Released in our year. Well, I mean, if a property automatically sells, I mean, who gets the money then at that point? Because if, like, you know, the money is meant to go to you and your mom, then, you know, at least there would be, you know, an ability to, you know, get the fuck out of Dodge. At least with the means financially from that. They split it. Well, I mean, I don't know how much, you know, the, you know, appraisal is meant to be or anything, but I'd imagine it at least has to be, you know, a little something, especially when considering the inflated housing market right now. Like, I'm sure the technical, like, actual value of that place is, you know, really inflated. But, I mean, I went 100% entirely. Now, what is your deal, dog? You got water, you got food, I don't know what you want. Just being a douche. Old doucheball dog. Bruh, really, dog? Bruh, bruh. Fucking what? What? Can I help you? I mean, at least 45k move, be the way we thought. 45k? Well, if it's at least 60, that's 30 right there. So, I mean, like, I don't know, dude. Like, I feel like there's definitely, you know, more of a potential, like, you know, opportunity to get, like, you know, help through at least some other means. Even if it's not, you know, like, even if the bank is denying it and shit, I feel like there's at least, you know, other means that can happen, you know, to help out with that. But like I said, I can at least, you know, find, you know, something to see if there is. Try bro smoking out. Man, don't be like that, bro. Come on. I mean, don't think like, you know, just because, like, I mean, you know, things are really not, like, you know, working out concurrently for now, it aren't necessarily mean it's just always going to be like that, dude. Also, I know I've, like, honestly been more of a, you know, like, rash of dick about, you know, this and shit before, and honestly, you know, I don't intend to be like that and shit, so... Because I, you know, want to kind of come from us, you know, trying to encourage you, dude. Because, I mean, you've gotten, like, as far as I'm concerned, you've gotten, like, so goddamn close to not, like, you know, like, have this seized, you know what I mean? Like, so it's just like, ah. I mean, a lot of it's just more, you know, being frustrated for you more so than anything else, just because it's like, ah. But in a lot of ways, I guess maybe that's just kind of the optimist in me, but I mean, damn it, someone's got to have it. Someone's got to have the optimism around here. Just that little dog decided to roll up in a little ball. You just say that? Wait, who? What? Second, so until it comes, some can't really sustain interest. People are people. I mean, if like, I mean, I'm gonna say this at least, you know, when it comes to, you know, this whole like social issue, when it comes to like, you know, the bigotry against like queer folk and shit. Like, as you know, as that type of stuff continues to ramp up, the resources, you know, for people to, you know, have available to help, you know, get them not just out of these states, but to also have resources to help them, you know, deal with being in these states and shit, are going to become more and more prevalent and more funded. You know, even if it is, you know, just merely via donations and shit like that. But the fact that people, you know, are you know, straight up going out of the way to try to help people out in need and that type of shit, you know, does show that, like, you know, even total strangers are willing to try to help, like, uplift, you know, people that, you know, frankly are just, like, total strangers. You know, and if that's, you know, and I would, you know, be, you know, wanting to be one of those type of people. My future, not me. Dude, like, as far as I'm concerned, unless, like, I mean, you know, like, the life is literally flashing before their eyes, you know, towards someone, or they're, like, literally older than shit, like 80 or 90 or something like that. As far as I'm concerned, people still have a future. I mean, you know, it's just like, you do, I do, like, fuck, you know, Mornak still does. I mean, he's not that old. You know, it's like, he still does. He still, you know, got, you know, like, some, element of, you know, future still. You know, of, like, you know, what is, you know, a later part of his life, you know, will enact, and, you know, same with, like, Rip, everybody else. I mean, and at the end of the day, you don't entirely know, like, whether, you know, like, where that future is, you know, totally gonna go. I mean, no one really ever does. Like, I sure shit don't know, like, what my future holds. I can maybe get some inferences, maybe, of where it might go, but at the end of the day, I definitely don't know. I have no idea. Yeah. I mean, you know, so, like, you know, so to a certain degree, you can't, like, you know, worry yourself too much about the future. You can only really, like, kind of focus on, like, you know, what you got going on there now. Would have to go perfect for me to be able to survive. And hell, I like those odds. Sometimes you have to just, you know, go in with that fucking gumption. Thrive is impossible. I mean, yeah, well, and to think there are people that have been living on the streets for years and somehow survive. Yeah. And the thing is, like, I mean, that's just kind of how, you know, like, the fucked bullshit and the indictment of our system. The fact that whether homeless or, you know, barely hanging on by the threads or whatever the fuck, you know, people have to survive and shit. But, people persevere. People, make, through. And, because of various different experiences or different people they might have met in their life or whatever, various different factors, I mean, there's different things that, keep them going and shit. I mean, sometimes, just as, shit as simple as that, is sometimes just what's really needed. Because honestly, there's like a lot of various different things that keep me going. The fact that I got my friends, the fact that I have my dog, and the fact that, like, at least from, when it comes to a more personal level, that I know that, there's at least some people that still give a shit about me, and there's, like, definitely, people out there that still give a shit just like I do. And, that at least gives me hope that there's, at least, something that's, better, in the future. I mean, that's not a NIMBY thing. That's just kind of like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah, worrying. Eventually, perhaps. Well, I mean, I don't know, like, I mean, don't, like, feel like you have to, delve into that type of situation. I mean, you're still a young dude. I mean, there's still plenty of shit that, can happen that, that genuinely will, be, like, doors towards better opportunities. Perfect. Complete dragging the camera chill, gotcha. That's, I mean, I don't think that's, necessarily going to be happening to you, dude. I mean, it's like, again, like, things are, definitely bad when it comes to a lot of these, like, far-right extremists and shit. And, yeah, Alabama's definitely not, going to be any better when it comes to any of these type of situations. But, I mean, you're not going to, like, be, I don't know, like, where the risk of you, being, into a camp or going to jail, comes into play. Like, I don't necessarily think, I mean, outside if you just are openly bisexual and that, in your area or something, I mean, I don't really think that, anything really overtly would happen. I'm politically doing that. I mean, I don't really necessarily, well, I mean, I feel like if that's the case, then it wouldn't, there would be probably even, maybe even less of a risk. I mean, because unless they're being, like, overtly, like, adamantly vocal about it, I mean, I don't really think people are going to give that much of a shit. I mean, they might just think, oh, well, you're just a dumb lib or something, but I don't really think it would go beyond, like, further than that. But again, I mean, I don't know how Alabama is, but I have been to Texas, and I know how a lot of, including far-right conservatives, think there. And if I am to infer that type of shit, like, I would imagine that it ain't really any different anywhere else. About it in these last few years. Well, I mean, honestly, I mean, that's, in my opinion, at least, good. Because, I mean, no one should have to be, like, afraid to, like, have their, type of, political convictions, at least when it comes to just merely having their opinion. I know for a fact I was on a list at the police department to not respond. The fact that police literally have a do not respond list like that is insane. Like, that is some fucking bullshit. And they don't want to hear how bad they are. Oh my god, wow. They don't want to get, like, lectured about how they're shitty and stuff. We don't want you to point out the obvious about our fucking behavior, so we're not gonna respond to you if you call us. Like, wow, what a fuck... What... Well, hey, you know, it's the same thing over here, by the way. I'm just gonna let you know right off the bat. Like, that is not any different over here. You know, cops are cops are cops. Like, I mean, they really don't really behave much differently, you know, these days. They just act more vile and savage depending on, like, how corrupt and brutal they are. So, I mean, honestly, that type of shit ain't no different over here. Especially the Portland police. Like, they literally will rarely respond to a fucking thing. Even if there's, like, literal shooting going on in the background of the call. Like, straight up. They will not respond to this type of shit. They barely respond to fuck one things. They're ridiculous. But, yeah, fuck the cops. I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, like, don't get up, bro. I mean, seriously. Because, like, I mean, you know there are definitely people out there, me especially too, you know, that still do give a fuck. And, you know, do want to, you know, like, help, you know, get towards the point where you actually have, like, you know, a light in an actual future. Because, like I said, as far as I'm concerned, everyone else does. As long as they got, like, at least some chunk, you know, of, like, you know, life on this earth, I mean, everyone does. Finish it, just 5 minutes. Let's try next last update. I think you'll, dude. I think you will. I think you'll be all right. And also, like, when it comes to just things in general, I mean, like, when it comes to, like, especially on a political level, things don't happen overnight. Things are very, you know, slow progressions. But especially, you know, with that in mind, I mean, if there is, like, one thing especially that, you know, is positive, is that, like, every, you know, time there is, like, a lot of strife and, you know, reformation and, you know, fighting back against the system or different bigotry and shit, the progress is always moving forward. Like, albeit, yeah, slow, and sometimes it does take time, but it always moves forward. Like, I mean, because, like, even though there has been trans people since, like, you know, the 1800s and, well, since the beginning of time, I mean, trans acceptance is at an all-time high and only growing higher. You know, like, I mean, like, all these different things, you know, that, you know, for hundreds of years have been kind of taken for granted or, you know, essentially not even really conceived of, are now becoming more accepted and normalized. So it's just like, you know, over time, you know, more and more, you know, progress does move forward. And, yeah, again, albeit it's incremental and slow, but it does happen. And knowing that, I mean, it just shows that, you know, we, you know, as people and as, like, you know, especially those that struggle and are the most marginalized, we always have, like a force that will always, you know, push, you know, things, you know, to be, you know, slowly, but, you know, moving forward. Dark history sadly does not bend progressively naturally. I didn't say naturally. I mean, I said that, like, you know, people fought, you know, there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. Like, I mean, progress was made, you know, like I said, incrementally and albeit slow because of people who are, like, you know, doing labor fights, women's suffrage. I mean, you know, yeah, people forced it. And that's, you know, kind of like, you know, probably what I mentioned, is that, like, you know, it takes the gumption of people that, you know, are willing to stand up to that type of stuff. so that everybody, you know, can have, you know, the opportunity and shit. And hopefully that, you know, that they don't have to, you know, fight like they did, you know, to achieve, you know, what they got and what they had to fight for, or more. Well, especially more. I mean, in a sense, that's also true. I mean, we're not like, I mean, you know, things like the Battle of Blair Mountain and shit like that, you know, aren't really, you know, likely going to be happening anytime soon anymore. But the fact that, you know, you have like people that, you know, went out of the way to do shit like that, just on the virtue that, like, you know, just so they can fight for their own rights and for their own wages and shit, but also so hopefully that future generations and their next of kin don't have to do that again. Can't guarantee it work. I mean, do you think that a lot of the people at, like, Blair Mountain, or, like, you know, a lot of these different, you know, advocates and people, like, do you think they go at it thinking that, oh, well, this might work? I mean, there's a lot of people that have doubts. I mean, fuck, even I have my times of doubt. Everyone does. I mean, everyone does have times of doubt. I mean, hell, even I have my times of doubt about things like this, where I'm just like, man, well, like, this type of shit, like, you know, like, is you know, is it really gonna work? Is it gonna be able to? This and that, but, like, I mean, you know, I'm always, you know, reassured, and, you know, especially when it comes to, like, a lot of different things about history, granted, as, you know, hard it is, you know, to, you know, push for these type of things, you know, it's, like, it does work. I mean, but it takes a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. I mean, it's not like, you know, something that's obviously, you know, just won easily. Or else, I mean, we'd be in a far better outcome for the world, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, look at France right now. Like, they're out, you know, going out of their way to, like, you know, fucking fight, you know, just to keep their retirement age, you know, from being extended 2 years. And their retirement age is less than ours. And they're fighting for that type of shit. Like, their retirement age increasement is still less than our retirement age, and they want, and like over here, we're wanting to increase it more. We're just like, eh. But like over there, they're literally are like revolting practically over it, and like, you know, it's like throwing Molotovs at cops and burning like, you know, fucking city halls down and shit. And no spread, there's no, it's not guaranteed that their actions will work. And, you know, and the sad fuck thing is, you know, considering how, like, bourgeois and fucking corrupt and capitalistic their fucking government is, you know, their current actions probably won't, but you know what? They're gonna give them hell and let them know that we ain't gonna take this down without a fight. Like, I mean, you know, they ain't gonna, you know, let you go down, you know, fighting. I mean, because that's how they're gonna do it. I mean, and that, you know, shows conviction, and, you know, and in a sense, courage, you know, and at least, you know, for, like, you know, being able to at least be like, hey, like, you know, even if this doesn't succeed, I'm at least, you know, going to try to, you know, put myself in harm's way to fucking fight against this. I mean, I did that type of shit in 2020 with the George Floyd protests that happened. Like, I mean, you know, it's like, you know, and honestly, like, I mean, I get kind of butthurt about it sometimes because, like, you know, yeah, I mean, the results that, you know, should have happened, you know, during those protests and shit never really did. And it still pisses me off. I mean, because, you know, like, I mean, look how, like, you know, police, you know, are being funded and shit, and, like, how they're still, you know, like, basically keeping on chugging on with how they are. I mean, you know, so it's just like, hey, but at the end of the day, I knew what I was fighting for was right, and, you know, I don't regret anything that I ever did, you know, at least when I was out there, and never will, at least as it stands right now. Not well, if it ain't so cowardly. I mean, I'm not gonna say that it is cowardly. Other people may, but I don't. I mean, you know, because, yeah, like, obviously there's self-preservation in mind. Where it's just like, yeah, I don't necessarily want to risk my life, you know, and I get it. I mean, because honestly, I've been in that situation where, like, you know, it's like, you know, what would you ever regret what you did? Yeah. Well, yeah, like, I mean, implying that I'll think later in life, being like, yeah, I can't regret that. You somehow become, like, a conservative boomer in life. Yeah, like, that's never gonna happen. I'm probably just gonna, like, quintuple down at ordinary life. It's like, yeah, I wish I actually had Molotov cocktails on standby and blah, blah, or some shit. Like, I'd probably, you know, be, like, you know, thinking about it now, yeah, actually, I kind of feel that way. Because, if anything, like, you know, there needs to be a little bit more aggression, you know, honestly, all things considered, because there needs to be. I mean, like I said, look at France right now. You know, because do they think, you know, shit's gonna work or, you know, succeed? Maybe, but maybe not. But, you know, like, and do they know that? Well, fuck no, but they're still gonna do it anyway, because if they never did in the first place, then it would have just passed and, you know, nothing would have, like, came from it. You know, like, they, if anything, it would, like, show to the system of France and their government that, like, hey, you know, then we can get away with, you know, gutting more from these people and they won't do anything. How far can we push it? And here in America, we've let it get pushed so far to the point, you know, like, I mean, we can barely, like, you know, get people to, you know, their daily bread. Or just, like, you know, the ability to, like, you know, have a roof over their head. Or, you know, cutting things like SSDI and shit. Different beast from the USA. I mean, so? I mean, the fact that they're willing to at least, you know, go to this type of level shows that, you know, maybe America needs to take notes and, you know, at least as a people, kind of evolve into a different beast a little bit. But the only way for that to happen is if people start trying to push towards that. And honestly, especially to a lot of, you know, people, it's kind of uncomfortable, but it is kind of the truth to it. It's like, people need to kind of be pushed to that type of limit. Where it's like, hey, look what these people are doing, it's just for the smallest, you know, change and shit. Like, I mean, like, what the fuck? I mean, look how we're getting fucked, and, you know, those people, you know, are, like, having it fairly alright, you know, all things considered, but, you know, the tiniest little fucking change, you know, for the worse for them, and they, yeah, like, and they're rising up and shit, like, I mean, and what the fuck about us? Like, what the hell? Endless military, great equipment, we just have PP rifles. I'm not saying like a literal full-on like guns revolt. I'm saying that like, but when it comes to like, you know, rioting or civil disobedience and protests, that yes. And yeah, the police are gonna come in and throw the tear gas and, you know, get the batons out. But cops, no matter what country, do that. Because guess what? In France, the cops are doing the exact same thing. They did the same shit that, you know, I got, like the tear gas and the batons, all that shit. Like, they're doing the same stuff. Like, I mean, cops are cops. Regardless of what fucking national flag they're representing to enforce the state of. I mean, it's just like, just because, like, obviously there's risks and, like, you know, potential risk of the life or, oh, you know, the state is oh so powerful and all that shit, doesn't mean that, you know, I'm just gonna roll over and just be like, oh, okay. I'm not saying that you're doing that. Like, I mean, you got other things to worry about, but, you know, at least when it comes to these circumstances. Like, I mean, you know, like I'm in it, you know, like, when it comes to, you know, like, especially for people like me, I'm in a means and ability to, you know, go out and, you know, like, participate and go out, you know, and advocate for these things. Well, not really just merely advocate for, but, you know, like, go out and partake and do the direct action. There's a lot of people, you know, out there for that. I mean, in a sense, I mean, you know, it takes all the above approach. I mean, it doesn't, you know, take just, like, you know, having a protest or, hell, even a riot. Like, it takes more than that. Balkanized already. I mean, I'm not, like, that, you know, like, willing to just, like, kind of give up on it. Not because of, like, some idea about America or whatever the fuck, but mainly because of just, like, you know, some of the, you know, broader negative outcomes that, that do come with, balkanization. I just think there's more cons to that than good. I mean, really, at the end of the day, I'm just more about the abolition of, like, nations and borders and shit. But, obviously, that's just my idealism talking there. Well, I guess everything I'm saying is idealistic, I suppose. But, I mean, goddamn, I mean, really, you need, like, it's like, I mean, you need at least some idealism, going on and shit. I mean, everything can't just be mere, like, materialist pragmatism shit. I mean, you gotta have, like, fucking idealists, especially, now more than ever, in my opinion. Because, like, I mean, if we just look at things literally just from strict material, like pragmatism shit, then, like, I mean, how in the fuck are we really ever gonna get anything done? I mean, you really need some, like, idealists to go out there and just say, like, fuck you, let's just go do it. I mean, yeah, it might, like, be a little, slow burn, but shit. I mean, I'm not even, like, mentioning this as, like, as advocacy of, like, Marxism or, anything else. This is just kind of broadly, like, like, going against the system. I mean, whether broadly is, like, via Marxists, or labor or progressivism or whatever the fuck, like, like, I mean, there needs to be intersectionality on this. Like, I mean, and that's kind of another element, at least in my opinion, idealistic, because, like, especially when it comes to intersectionality, at least in my opinion, class is, one of those big things that is, one of the most biggest, intersectionalities. It overlaps with so much of, other things that, are intersectional, like when it comes to women's rights or queer rights and all these other things, like, yeah, and, like, there needs to, like, be, like, yeah, frankly, an idealistic kind of push to, like, really have, like, a gumption of, like, of pushing for, yeah, some radical shit. Because, at least on some level, especially at least on local levels, it, has to, like, force, like, a lot of the more moderate, progressive types to at least, compromise and push, towards, things that are, like, a lot more compatible towards, a progressive, like, system and shit. If we're to even get close, to, at least a bare minimal social democracy, which even then I want to go way fucking further than that. But, like, again, shit. Since I'm have to do, like, I mean, how do we, I mean, it's like Alabama, like, trying to push, like, some no-fault, like, divorce legislation or something. Or, I mean, or is it just a hunch? Because the next target is no-fault divorce. Well, I mean, considering their hyper-prioritization on trans people and how they're, as far as I'm concerned, they're not done dealing with that yet. Like, I mean, I don't really think that's going to be happening, necessarily soon, after repealing gay marriage. Well, if they're going to, well, like, considering, again, they're going after trans people right now, like, I don't think gay marriage is going to be hit quite yet. I mean, I know that is definitely on their roster. But, I mean, all things considered, like, that's still, like, sometimes away. And honestly, if anything, we don't even know if the Supreme Court, at least, soon, is going to be, looking into that. They are heavily considering it because they're looking at other shit. And plus, they just have, like, a lot of other scandals and shit going on. I mean, and honestly, they can't repeal gay marriage, it's federally protected. Oh, is it actually? Oh, wait, that's right. Yeah, it was codified. It wasn't that recently? That was actually like a couple years ago, wasn't it? Yeah, that actually was codified federally. I remember now. Yeah, you just like jolted like a memory in my brain. Yeah, like I think that at least for that, right? Yeah, I got codified. Oh, but yeah, we can't codify Roe v. Wade. But yeah, we codified gay marriage though. Wow, go figure. Somehow, like, you know, the gays got, like, more, like, tokenistic gesture than women did. What the fuck? Oh, to outlaw divorce, maybe these fuckers are saying. Well, yeah, dude, have you seen the Steven Crowder shit recently? Like, there's a lot of Republicans that, you know, at least some of them that are defending him, that are basically saying, like, hey, you know, like, you know, it's like, what he's doing is actually, you know, not bad, because, you know, there should be, like, you know, single party consent, you know, because, like, Steven Crowder was literally bitching and moaning endlessly, like, 8 times in a row about how there's, like, one party consent, divorce and shit in Texas, and he's just like, oh my god, you know, it's like, unfortunately, Texas has this law, and it's like, oh wow, so implying that there would be, like, 2-party consent, so rape, yeah. Well, the whole idea is that, like, you know, 1-party consent, divorce is that, you know, basically the woman, or the husband, I guess in this case, can, you know, divorce, and the other person doesn't have to, quote, consent to that. You know, it's just something that, you know, the other partner can do. And when it comes to, like, 2-party or no-party consent law, when it comes to that, it basically means that the right of divorce strictly goes to the man. Only he can be the one that divorces. So, yes, basically rape. We got, like, I mean, honestly, when it comes to being, like, when it comes to religiosity and government, there needs to be a heavy, like, heavy as fuck, restriction against, religion and government. And there also needs to be a restriction of, pushing legislation via religion, including, you know, if it's, like, you know, some sort of, like, you know, interwoven implicit shit. Like, when it comes to, like, oh, well, we're just advocating for merely just a one-part, you know, like a no-party consent, or, like, you know, 2-party consent divorce law and shit. Well, guess what? It's never interwoven into, like, religious biblical values, so, you know, just, you know, on that virtue alone, let alone the fact that it's, like, heavily discriminatory anyway, so, yeah, like, fuck that shit. Like, I mean, because, like, especially when it comes to, like, you know, religion having any fucking power is just insane. And also, like, can we just start taxing these goddamn fucking churches already? Can we start taxing the churches, tax the synagogues, tax the mosques? Like, can we start taxing these things now? Like, why is there a tax exemption for fucking, like, anything that's, like, religious in this fucking country? Like, what the fuck? Like, gross. You tempted his son? Damn. Well, I guess it'd be seeing the light now, wouldn't they? But sweet. Fucking weed's so damn sticky. He's like Christian Elm. I became myself and seen Brown everything or something. I mean, I always back and forth myself between 9 to 9 for 2 for a tooth, but it always just kind of depends on who the motherfucker is. When it comes to that type of shit, when these motherfuckers. Like the politicians, yeah. These fucking propagandist motherfuckers to continue to perpetuate this shit, yep. Like, I wish, honestly, when it came to Mount Walsh being hacked, I wish, like, we got so much more juice out of that. I mean, we got some entertainment, but, like, couldn't it have been more than that? Couldn't we have gotten, like, some legit juiciness out of that? Like, you know, some DMs, some emails, something. Like, God, well, like, I mean, fuck. Definitely some bullshit, in my opinion. The hacker didn't exactly, you know, clutch up Small Fry. Not really. Dude, that guy is literally, like, you know, directly complicit in inciting bomb threats at places like the Boston Children's Hospital. Like, that dude is not Small Fry. He's a pretty big JoJo potato, dude. He ain't no Curly Fry. Compared to Trump. Well, yeah, compared to Trump, sure. Like Trump does. I mean, considering that Mount Walsh's biggest influence is being the propagandists and sarcastic terrorists right now, and being one of the voices, you know, for bigotry at the moment when it comes to fascism, and advocacy of that. I mean, no, he probably doesn't have any interest in being president. So, just with that virtue, no, he doesn't have potential for it because he is likely not interested in that. Well, yeah, Tucker's a fucking bigger... Yeah, like, he's even a bigger fry, yeah. I mean, Tucker Carlson most certainly definitely has more of a possibility to run for president. If he wanted to. I doubt he'd go anywhere. Well, I mean, at least not go anywhere considering that Trump is in the primaries. As long as he's there, I doubt Tucker's going to run at all. Even though I know that Tucker doesn't really like him that much. Oh. Little puppy's all knocked out, so cute. Adorable little thing. I don't know what it is about a dog just sleeping, but it's really adorable. Maybe it's just because he's just in this cute little round ball of just sweetness. The show is lost. Humans basically persuaded to become a rogue servitory machine race. Well, it sounds like I really need to get into the Orville. Faux show. Here. Gonna actually go to the bathroom real quick now. But for shows that I definitely want to check out, like, especially for, like, sci-fi wise, like, the Orville is definitely something I really need to get into. They represent trenches betraying humanity for transphobic reasons. Oh! So am I discovering that Seth MacFarlane is kind of based, secretly? Oh, actually, speaking of which, like, you know, with this whole, like, Writers Guild of America strike going on, I actually kind of find out, like, some of these night show hosts that, you know, like, Stephen Colbert, I think even Kimmel too. I think, like at least for those two, like they actually overtly like came out and well, no way it was Jimmy Fallon. I get the Jimmys mixed up. Either way, like I saw clips of them actually saying that they overtly are like, yeah, I'm actually a member myself and I support these guys and you know we're actually gonna kind of you know do at least you know going dark and kind of have a hiatus and shit. You know. Where it's just like, yeah, you know, I support them because they need to, you know, get the, you know, wages and benefits that they rightfully deserve. Dude, why would you hate them for it anyway? Like, they deserve to get the fucking wages and conditions and the proper compensation for the work and value that they put. Like, there's a reason why they're doing this. It's because they're being heavily exploited and not being recognized for the work that they do. I mean, that's mainly it. So, I mean, like, if, like, you know, if there was, like, you know, different shows and shit, you know, that you care about so much, then you should be in support of this strike. The Chance Power is to get a movie. Well, likely probably just because it got canceled because, you know, the writers, well, went on strike due to the fact that they didn't have any proper, you know, conditions or pay, you know, when it came to, you know, like, you know, having the movie put forward into production. And it likely got expired when it came to the rights of the movie production company that held the rights to the movie, and it got sold off and just never went anywhere. It's likely what happened. I mean, blame the you know production company for the ones you know that want to exploit their writers. You know, I mean, not the writers you know that you know are asking for better pay and shit. The particular team was almost as popular as NPR was back in '93. Well, if anything, that means they deserve, you know, like, you know, compensation, their, you know, like recognition, you know, more so. And it's why, like, you know, the strike should be, you know, supported, you know, so they can get that recognition and get that validation that they actually deserve when it comes to that. Playing our tool here. There we go. There. I'll go to the bathroom just really quick here. Be right back. What, puppy? What, little pup? I found out there's another cat that's, you know, taking charge of the rural bandit in my neighborhood. And I think my dog is really enticed into it. It's like, yay, getting little rats, you know, taken care of, but this little dog is now, like, knows there's a cat out there and really wants to check the cat out. That is all like, what the fuck? It's just like, it's just saying something around it. Dude, I mean, don't be so down on yourself, bro. I mean, you know, there's, like, you know, like, you see, like, more going on than just, like, you know, literally everything, you know, like, you know, collapsing into, like, you know, fascist, you know, takeover and shit. We're, playing ahead again. Well, I mean, like, there's nothing really, like, wrong with, like, you know, going by the seat of your pants and shit. But, I mean, again, dude, like, this isn't, like, you know, something that, like, you know, to try to, like, beat yourself over about, dude. Years ago. Well, I mean, if that's the case, then, you know, like, how come people like us are still around anyway? How come the Jews still exist? How come queer people still exist? If anything, now more than ever. Or I guess, you know, even to a more broader extent, you know, not necessarily just for America's case, you know, even like, you know, Armenians or like any other different group. I mean, hell, even with like, you know, groups like the Uyghurs, you know, going off them right now, and you think they're going to be gone? No. They're still going to be around. Shut up. Shut up, pup. Don't ask for that damn pin, you doggo. What the hell, pup? Brr. The infinite object. Well, yeah, obviously they know that. Most anti-Soviet experience. Well, yeah, that's like, you know, the fault of a lot of, you know, America, you know, in its history is compromise. And shut up, Popo. What the fuck? My God, really? What else is a cop? Yeah, he is just like a major obstruction. It's okay though. I mean, not really. No, it ain't. I mean, it's like, I mean, overall, it's not necessarily like, okay, that, like, you know, this bigotry continues to perpetuate and shit. I mean, hence why there are obviously people that, you know, continue to stand up to fight against it and shit. And also, like, most people aren't even down for the whole fucking persecution anyway. Okay, this dog is really driving me nuts. What do you want? I'm trying to... Saucing out. Well, I mean, I guess if there's anything, like, if there's like, you know, an ultimate victor in anything, it is Mother Nature. Can't control the climate. We can only, like, well, I guess we kind of do for the worse, but I mean, and obviously advocate for doing that for the better, but still. I mean, you kind of get my point, though. You don't need that? No more, little pup. Oh, look at that. Look at this little pup. Oh, look at, oh my god. Oh. Man. One paw. Oh my god. Oh, you little sweet puppy. Oh, my little pop. Just gonna hold him now. Jeez, pup. Chungus. You just love Chungus, yes you is. Ugh. Ow! I just gave you a little, like, you know, little smoosh smooshes, and, like, this is what you do to me? Ow! What, you dick. Quit wagging your tail. You know what you did. Ow. Fucking ass. Ugh. Ugh. What the hell, man? That was not pleasant, like, at all. Like, it's half a damn about you. Implying that the state does actually give half a damn about me. Well, I guess the state kinda does. I mean, it doesn't give half a damn about me. It gives like an eighth of a damn. Oregon gives like an eighth of a damn about its people. And that varies depending on where you live in Oregon, too. So, like, at least here, it's about, I guess, you know, statewide eighth in the town that I live in. That's at least like an, I don't know, about like another, okay, this is Sodom, dude, fuck yeah. Dude, hey, YouTube, you know what's up. Anyway, okay, but at least for my town, the state's about an eighth. I would say that Milwaukee's at the very least, like, a quarter, so quarter plus an eighth. Quarter would basically be 2/8, so so the state only gives like 3/8 of a fuck. It doesn't give half of a damn. It only gives like 3/8 of a damn. And if I was in Portland, it would just literally be an eighth of a damn. Like, so I guess there's a silver lining about that. And the only reason why is just because, like, the city council in Portland is just a bunch of neo-lib corporate fucking shitbags. At least in my town, it ain't. There's at least, you know, either, like, weird, like, liberal centrist types, or just, you know, who are corrupt themselves. Or, you know, like, genuine, like, progressive types, and they're not. And most of them are at least, you know, like, born and raised around in the area. So they're, you know, they at least, you know, regardless of their policies, at least there is some, like, obstacles of, like, kind of giving a shit. So, but, it's, like, again, it's implying that the state does, because if that's the case, then, like, Jamie McCloskey Skinner would be my congresswoman right now, but she's not. It's some other crazy MAGA bitch. Oregon got a right-wing MAGA bitch as my congresswoman right now. Boo. She ain't no Marjorie, but she's gonna be like the quiet Marjorie. She basically believes the same shit that she does, you know, but she, you know, outside of maybe Jewish space lasers. But she's certainly, you know, like on the same level politically on, like, you know, ideology, but she's just very quiet about it. Which is how she won. She, you know, played herself as the moderate, like, you know, MAGA type. Like, I remember there was, like, a little debate between her, Jane McLeod, and, what's her name? Something Johnson. Like, and all three of them, like, you know, were on this debate stage, and, like, she really played this whole, like, election denial claim about her, because she believes that the election was, you know, not legitimate, basically. And, like, she played off that shit, like, honestly, even for me, like, pretty fucking, like, Machiavellian as fuck. I was just like, she was like, oh, I do believe the election's legitimate, but I do think there are questions to be had about some aspects of you know, areas of the country that have, you know, some questions of legitimacy, including Oregon and blah, blah, blah. But that doesn't mean that Joe Biden is not the president. Like, it was just like, oh my god, like, what the fuck? Like, what a 5D fucking maneuver to, like, be like, yeah, it's bullshit, but it's not. It's like, what? It's just like, Jesus Christ. Like, she really played that moderate card really well, but, I mean, she hopefully is going to be just a lame duck, but who fucking knows. I guess we'll see once she gets challenged. Hopefully Jamie McLeod Skinner just runs against her again. Because then, you know, considering that, I think her name is, like, Lori, or, like, Chavez Lori DeRaymer or something like that, or Lori Chavez DeRaymer or something. Like, I mean, and, you know, like, and, you know, like, considering that she would be an incumbent and would have, like, a record to go off of, chances are that she won't, like, actually, you know, be able to, like, hold it up well. What are you doing? Hey. Jeez. They got me all grateful for a take. Well, they always gaslight and undermine, you know, poor people of the idea that, like, oh, hey, you know, you should have just, like, you know, done this or that, or, you know, quit being so ungrateful, or quit being so entitled, or blah, 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 and all this other shit. I mean, it's just kind of like, unfortunately, it's just like, I mean, how, like, you know, a lot of conservatives are. They think there's honestly, like, virtue in struggling and shit, and you just have to, like, you know, just persevere and just figure it out. Even though, like, hey, it's like, yeah, it's, and the thing is, like, hey, honestly, you know, all in all, like, it's not, you know, like, it really isn't, like, you know, some big deal, like, in my mind, if there was actually, like, a system that would help uplift that, you know, type of premise, and that type of idea, like, you know, where it comes to having, like, you know, the social welfare, and, like, you know, food stamps, or whatever the fuck. Like, if there was, like, actual systems in place, you know, that would, help, you know, like, basically people, quote-unquote, figure it out, because there's at least options and availabilities for them to do so, then, you know, it wouldn't be such a big deal of the whole, like, quote-unquote, bootstraps thing, because then at least there's options and at least ways and, you know, like, availability and opportunity to do so. You know, but either way, the whole concept and the premise of the idea and the notion of that in the first place is bullshit. So, I mean, it really shouldn't even be, you know, like, it really shouldn't be relevant anyway. at the very minimal, regardless of whether like people work or not or anything, everyone's deserves and is entitled to like a basic standard of quality of life, like just period. I mean, and like at the end of the day, at least especially when it comes to a lot of my labor advocacy, like I mean, that is like at the end of the day what I wanted to achieve at the very minimal and the foundation of it. We don't have power. Well, only because we believe so. And we just, believe that, like in our complicity, the idea that we just don't have an ability to fight back against it, even though we do. We just, are complicit and, have like a manufactured consent to the idea that we just don't. And thus can't. Even though, again, we do. We just choose not to enact on that power. And if we do, it's really kind of like the bare minimal and doesn't really get much done. And frankly, it does, disenfranchise people further. I mean, to an extent, there's like a level of disenfranchisement when it came to, the protests during 2020. But at the end of the day, like I said, I don't regret one fucking bit of it. And if anything, at least for me personally, it just makes me more invigorated to, keep doing that type of shit and push, for that type of shit further. And continue to be an advocate of it, broadly, just because of, like, how it, at the end of the day, did make it, an impact regardless. I mean, because honestly, even on, like, things like the Portland suburb or things locally around here, there's even, like, more, like, NIMBY progressive, like, or, like, NIMBY liberal types and shit at this point that are kind of like, oh, yeah, cops are shit. And they actually should be doing their jobs and actually be held accountable and, be getting shit done and blah, 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 blah. Like, even if maybe, not necessarily for the same reasons, even they critique things like the police and shit and the ineffectuality of that. I mean, and it's because, like, at the end of the day, that type of stuff had, like, an impact. I mean, because there is, like, power to it, but, I mean, at least in America, we just choose not to act on it. I mean, and honestly, that's the main reason why, like, places like France are a different beast, because, they enact on that type of power. I mean, they use that type of power and exert it. In America, we don't. Even though historically, for the longest time, we have and have done that. So, really, what's the difference now? Shrugs. Well, I mean, if there, like, if we don't, like, obviously, like, I will say this, like, obviously there is, like, differences and shit, like, there's things like social media, advancement of technology, things like that, but, like, at the end of the day, when it comes to, like, the general power being able to exert, a challenge and fight back against, system, and albeit, like I said, it is incremental, like, if anything, there is, like, kind of a more ability to organize that type of power because of, some of the tools we have now. But, like I said, we're just kind of complacent with these different things and just kind of, if anything, choose not to, or just, like, kind of complicit in the, sense of not doing so. That's why a lot of people on, like, the left and shit, tend to infight very often. And hell, that's kind of a two-way street. The right wing do it, too. And are doing so right now, anyway, so. And in different fronts, like, when it comes to, like, Crowder's situation between DeSantis and Trump, like, there's definitely, like, infighting over there as well. But either way, it's like, if anything, like, considering that the right, despite their infighting, are still able to exert their power and shit, it just kind of shows that, like, we, at least saying we broadly as, like, leftists, progressives, etc., or, like, radlibs, etc., do also have that power. But we just don't exert it. That's kind of the thing. And really, overall, it's, like, kind of, like, my criticism of it, of, the broader situation is the fact that, frankly, we do have the power. It's not that we don't, we do, we just don't use it. we just don't use it, at least in the ways that, you know, make it meaningful. And when there is at least like kind of a jump to do so, it, you know, isn't like, you know, enough of a jump to actually like, you know, like make it impactful and meaningful outside of like, you know, changing over to window just ever so slightly. Which I guess either way is still good, but I mean, it needs to be more than that, obviously. Which is, you know, at the end of the day, what I advocate. Just at least seeing grab situation. Well, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, though, there's a lot of things that are still like, like to have solace for and shit. I mean, if anything, at the end of the day, I mean, the fact that they're, you know, and obviously I'm just one small, tiny voice, but like the fact that there are people who, yeah, are enthusiastic or, you know, have some optimism or some shit. I mean, that's kind of at least like another thing that I think, you know, there's some solace to be had for. I mean, because at least, you know, for, you know, maybe people like Diamama, Vosh, or me, or whoever, like, I mean, while we emphasize these things, I mean, it's not like we don't acknowledge that, like, yeah, there's some serious shit around the corner, because, I mean, honestly, yeah, for real, yeah, there is. Absolutely. Yeah, I ain't gonna deny that. But, I mean, we, you know, at the same time, we have to, like, you know, recognize, you know, like, where the progress is being made and emphasize, you know, that type of stuff and, you know, push that to the sunlight, so to speak, so people recognize that, like, you know, there is, you know, results being made regardless. And, you know, and that just shows at the end of the day, you know, that, you know, we don't, you know, have to give up the fight because, like, you know, there are different battles and skirmishes happening and shit where there are wins. I mean, again, you know, sometimes it's kind of small, but, like, honestly, there's, like, even really big ones, too. Like, I mean, when it comes to Justin Jones and Pearson, like, being expelled, like, they basically, like, pretty much within a week, you know, like, came back immediately because people voted unanimously to return them. You know, despite, you know, the attempt to try to remove him and shit. It's like, you know, that's like, you know, one small battle of, like, the bigger national, like, kind of, like, battle back and forth going on with these type of things that's happening and shit. But, you know, things like that show that there is, you know, some enthusiasm and, like, some hope to be had. I mean, albeit, like I said, it's incremental and small, but shit, you know, it ain't worth discounting, you know what I mean? Like, repealing fucking Roe. I don't disagree. Like, I feel you with that. I mean, I really do. Because it gets, you know, because it is bullshit. But, you know, the fact that there are more of these, you know, things happening, though, at the end of the day, despite that, you know, shows that the tide is changing. I mean, and that's also the reason why the Republicans get so, you know, like, militant and so aggressive about the shit that they have, because, you know, yeah, for every small win that happens, like, they, you know, get more amped up for the whole now or never approach and, you know, jump into the gun as quick as possible. But then overall, like, oversteps their boundaries, and even, like, more moderate Republicans get kind of turned off to things like that. Wait till I left dystopian. I mean, look, I mean, like, this isn't, you know, to me about, like, you know, hopium or copium or anything like that. I mean, to me, this is just, like, you know, looking at the broader, you know, kind of like, you know, for me, the reality of this, you know, current situation. Because, yeah, like I said, things are dire. And they're not going to stop. Obviously, Republicans aren't going to stop doing what they're doing. They're going to keep going with their bullshit. And it's going to get more aggravating and annoying, especially considering that there should be more of an aggressive push towards these type of things. But that's kind of like, you know, that's mainly, like I said, why, you know, when it comes to these, you know, yeah, albeit, you know, small wins, which that in itself is frustrating. Like, you know, to show that, like, you know, the fight isn't, like, lost. Like, I mean, there's, you know, it's still going on, and I mean, it always has been. I mean, like, Stonewall was back in the 70s. I mean, like, this whole, like, back and forth, you know, when it comes to this social issue is never, like, gone away. It's just really become more of a highlight again. And at the end of the day, like, you know, trans people, especially considering the, you know, broader acceptance that's, you know, happening not just in this country, but, you know, broadly, especially at least in the West and shit, like, you know, trans people will overcome in this type of situation, because they're not going anywhere. They've always been here, like, since humans have existed. Like, no matter what, fascists will never be able to get rid of them. No matter how hard they try. I mean, call it copium, or whatever the hell, but I mean, that's it, if there is at least, some solace, in the overall circumstances. I mean, at least when it comes to the broader, like, long term outcomes and shit, that is what is going to be the case. But, and I and people like Vosh even, and other people like, on the left, who are more prominent voices have even said that, yeah, sadly, things will get worse before they get better. And there's a reason why that saying exists, because that is kind of the case in a lot of ways. I mean, things are unfortunately probably going to get worse before they do get better. I mean, and it surely ain't no exception when it comes to trans rights or queer rights or workers' rights or anything else. I mean, it's like we're just at a period where, yeah, things are going to be worse right now before they start getting better. I mean, but at the end of the day, it doesn't mean things won't. But they will. Because there's, enough people who are very stern and adamant about making sure that fucking happens to, to basically not let it happen. Or at least not make sure that type of push, is, there. Because, there's, at least, in my opinion, there's enough people there, when it comes to that type of staunch, principle advocacy that, it, will always be a thorn in the side, with this type of shit. Want to see those better times? I'm well, the thing is, I don't know when specifically that's gonna happen. I mean, I'm not saying there's a time frame to that. I mean, well, there is, but we don't really necessarily know what that is. I mean, who's to say? Maybe you do. Maybe you will. I mean, maybe I will, but maybe I won't. I don't fucking know. I mean, you can't inherently predict the future. I mean, you can only kind of infer what it might look like, but you can't, absolutely, know what it's going to, be. Because there could be some random shit that's going to be a curveball that'll, throw the whole, thing topsy-turvy and, kind of, be something unexpected. I mean, you never know. I mean, that's kind of the thing about the future and shit. It's yeah, there's obviously, inference of what it's going to look like and shit, but especially considering, a lot of various different elements of tension and things like that, I mean, there is, a level of uncertainty. We don't really know exactly what's going to happen. Because I'll be blunt, I don't know what the fuck is going to happen when it comes to this 2024 election and everything, moving forward from that. I really don't. At the end of the day, I don't know what's going to happen, once that shit rolls up. I kind of have an idea what's going to lead up to it, but beyond that, I don't fucking know, because, I mean, yeah, shit's tense. I mean, there, especially with the far-right extremism happening, and this disenfranchisement amongst the progressive left, with the Democrats and the DNC, and their lack of doing fuck one of anything, and all this other shit. I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty. To vote in that election anyway. Dude, you will. I mean, dude, that election is within just slightly over a year from now. That's not that far away, dude. That's what? Fucking November is... So, 10... That's... So, 12 plus 50... So, that's 17 months away. That's not that far away. It's not, that's not really a big time frame. Honestly, that's going to happen, that time frame is going to be like that. Honestly, up until, a couple days ago, I didn't realize it was fucking May already. So, I mean, it's going to happen before you know it. I don't expect to make it that long. Dude, I mean, look, you will, bro. Just on the virtue that there are, that there's, people that do give a shit. And like I said, I'm literally willing to, at least, look for, maybe some resources that might be able to legit help you out. And send me your way, but, I mean, I don't really have a way right now, unfortunately. But, I mean, I don't know. I guess I'll just let you decide that. But either way, dude. I mean, at the end of the day, dude, I mean, it's just you got, people that do, not just, care about you, but care about these things, and it's not just me. I mean, there's a lot of people and shit, and it's not just because like they're on like copium or something. It's because they give enough of a shit, and they want to, see that world, and they envision it, because I do, and I want to see, like what that looks like, and I want to, try to, have like, at least, a lot of people, especially for the younger people, up and coming in, growing up and shit, especially in the current environment, who are like my age group or younger, like. They definitely, need to have, like, some sort of a path towards a better chance and shit. And also for people who are, like, a little older than me, too, obviously, and stuff. For people who are still young, but, like, older in my peer group. I mean, and for older generations. Because, like, because at the end of the day, people fucking matter. For the people that are alive and shit. Because, especially, at least for the far right, for how much they bemoan and bitch about, like, the sanctity of life. At least, people like me, even though they don't really, use buzzwords like that, at least we give a shit about it. And we're going to actually fight for those ideas. And we ain't going to stop for it. Because we understand when people are actually, like, lying through their teeth when they say bullshit like that, when it comes to actually trying to, push for things, that actually overall, are for, prosperity and the sanctity of life, as they claim it. Tired for even that. Well, hey, I'm tired too, man. Especially when it comes to a lot of the conservative far-right extremists and shit, because as far as I'm concerned, they're nothing more than a fucking distraction. And yet they have, a lot of influence and are such a fucking distraction to so many different things. And I don't mean distraction as like, oh, they're just a thorn. I mean, they're a distraction at a point that they're like a dangerous distraction. And we, unfortunately don't really have like, much of a choice but to just like deal with that head on. And, instead of looking at the core issues that are at, play right now. Especially when it comes to economics and people's like exploitation that, is being put upon them. Whether they got a job or not, by the way. Like, if anything, especially for people who don't have jobs. Like, because they're being the most fucked, because how in the hell are they getting, like, a comfortable, standard of living and shit, when they're not even, like, putting out to, earn that type of shit, and they can't even afford it then. So, like, especially for people that don't. It's just like, what the fuck? If other countries could figure this shit out and at least have some basic, comfortable standard of living and figure, out how, people can survive, given these circumstances, then what the fuck are we doing? Besides just being complacent and just accepting the fact that, oh, well, we just have the shit that we have. This, not to, like, bring up DFF again, because I know I talk about DFF right a lot, but, like, the last Onion Nuggets was really kind of talking a lot about this. When it comes, they were, pertaining more specifically about, like, learned helplessness in the ultimate sense of, like, electoral politics, or broadly, the political system, especially, like, like, learned defeatism when it comes to, or, like, political defeatism specifically. I'm not saying that you're, like, inherently, just doing that. Like, honestly, like, given your circumstances, I really do get why, you're tired and shit. I would be too in your circumstances, dude. And that's why, at least in some part, because I know there are people, not just you, but other people in your circumstance, and honestly, in even worse circumstances, that, need their voice fucking heard. And they can't just do it themselves. Shit, obviously I can't either. But, I know I'm not the only one, and I know there are other voices that are obviously have more of an influence than I do that, are trying to push for that. In a sense, that's kind of why we get frustrated about it. Not because of, like, because of the people in the predicament, but because of the predicament that, put people there in the first place. Because no one deserves to be in this situation. Like, there is, like, well, dealt the cards you got, but, like, on one hand, it's like, does it have to be that way? Because it doesn't. But in this country, we're just kind of like complicit with it. And there's no fault to anyone directly over that. That's our system has, indoctrinated us into believing that, and it has internalized this sense of complacency. As long as we got like our entertainment, oh well, like the cards are dealt. We don't got the political menu of trying to do something different isn't there. And it's like, what? I mean, it's like, well, you gotta put it on the menu. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck. And that's why, it's what I was saying from earlier. It's like, you gotta have, like, the idealists. And, yeah, I mean, they might be optimists or huffing hopium or whatever the fuck. And, yeah, I mean, I'll admit, yeah, I, like, say it all I want. I mean, sure, I'm not even inherently gonna disagree with it. But, I mean, you kind of need those people to an extent. But it's not like, I don't recognize, the problems that, lay ahead. Because it's gonna, yeah, I mean, they're gonna be there, and shit, like I said, it's gonna get worse before it gets better, and it's gonna be tough. But, at least for me, and the people, others like me, it's like, I'm willing to fight it, because, like, I just can't stand for this shit. It's bullshit. And I don't want to see people especially that I care about, fucking suffer for it. And even then, people that I don't, because they're just total strangers to me. But then again, like I said, it's just because I know there are other people that are in similar circumstances. For my own circumstances, for your circumstances, for, like, people who are out right on the streets right now and shit. I mean, it's like, fuck. All of it, at the end of the day, is an indictment of our fucking system. And how much of it's exploited us and fucked us and made us believe that this is just what we have to deal with and just accept it. And, yeah, again, maybe it's opium or copium, whatever the fuck, but, there needs to be, and, there are people like me out there that are going to say no to that and be like, fuck that shit. I don't stand for anything about what this system is. I don't have any fucking, like, affinity, even inherently towards my state. Like, honestly, like, when it comes to, like, my broader, like, patriotism, whatever the fuck you want to call it, like, it always, is broadly, like, really just, like, my town first, and then, like, really just the biome region and the state that is within it. Like, it really basically just goes in that order. It goes based on, like, the region I live in, like, which is Cascadia, the Pacific Northwest. I, identify with that more than even the state that I live in. It's like, someone from the Pacific or a Cascadian, more so than a fucking Oregonian in that sense. And even then, I mean, I still identify in that way. Because at least, Oregon has, like, at least, like, an eighth of a fuck, to give about, the people here. In comparison to the rest of the states. Outside of maybe, like, the rest of the West Coast. Outside of California. Even California doesn't give an eighth of a fuck about the people there. They give, like, a 16th of a fuck. Spain. I mean, that's just like some biblical type of idea, dude. Oh, life is pain, and it's like a virtue type of shit. Like, it's not, bro. I mean, don't buy into it, dude. Step douche runs running soon. I mean, honestly, I feel like, I mean, this is just kind of like my opinion. I feel like outside of just the brain rot of the state, just being such a shithole. But, I mean, I feel like, he's kind of like a lot of, a source of just like a lot of this bullshit because of how much of a fucking verbal voice he is about this type of shit. I mean, at the end of the day, just getting away from his ass, I really do think, will at least be better. I mean, obviously, there's, still going to be, strife ahead. I mean, but, like, there's going to be for me, too. Because, like I said, I mean, especially these days, there's a lot of uncertainty. Impossible now. I mean, impossible, I doubt it. I mean, hard and probably, sure, maybe not very likely. Yeah, I'll grant that, but I don't inherently think it's going to be outright impossible. Where'd he go? Oh, he's around that corner. Little boof. Here, got a little. Because he accepted money from a scammer. Well, at least you don't have anything to worry about then. I mean, honestly, I mean, if the FBI shows up because of his ass, then just point them to the direction towards him, bro. Honestly. Like, I mean, for real, bro. Like, seriously. Like, I mean, you got nothing to worry about. They're ain't after you. Gun trip my butt. Dude, okay. Why, okay, hold on. Alright, like... Dude, okay, alright, break this down. Why would this be embarrassing or, you know, trigger that type of shit? They will arrest everyone out. Wait, really? Over what he did? Like, you and your mom would have literally fuck one to do with it. Like, even if they, like, do that, they'll pretty much, like, release you immediately. And realize that you are not, you know, like, involved in it at all. It was involved or not? Well, I mean, okay, well, the main reason, okay, like, I mean, at the very least, they're probably, if anything, gonna do a detainment, not go jail. Okay, well, if anything, they're, alright, like, when it comes to the FBI, you know, doing this type of situation, like, it's more or less they're gonna be, like, you know, doing a detainment of everyone at the house, and find out, like, who in the fuck, you know, is actually, like, you know, involved in this type of situation. And when they realize that you and your mom are not involved in it whatsoever, you're not going to go to jail or anything. That would not happen. I mean, yeah, you might go to the police, you know, precinct and shit, you know, for, you know, being interviewed and shit, but, like, like, I mean, you're not going to be, like, you know, going to jail over something that you literally didn't, you know, like, do when you're not whatsoever involved. And also, wouldn't it be to his bank account? So wouldn't it go, like, you know, so when they know, basically, you know, considering that the money was transferred towards his account, not yours or your mom's. So when they know via that, because they'll, like, see the money trail leading to him specifically, not you two. Well, the FBI showing up to this is not for, like, a murder case. And also, I mean, okay. Look, I mean, alright, whatever. I mean, you know what I meant, though, with that, okay? Like, this isn't, like, something, like, you know, you would go to jail for, because you're literally not involved whatsoever. Worst what happens is that they'll, like, they'll, you know, send you to the precinct, you know, in their, like, weird little interview room and shit, and ask you questions, and realize you're not involved at all, and let you go. With your mom as well. So, I mean, you know, if anything, like, you know, just, like, that's the worst that would happen. But, no. I mean, it's the FBI, not, you know, like, the state, you know, so to speak. So, I mean, this is, like, that'd be the federal government. They would operate a little differently from Alabama police. So they wouldn't just go in their guns blazing or whatever the fuck and all that other shit. Like, I mean, so, I mean, it would be a little different. But either way. What the fuck? Really, dog? I mean, either way, like, I wouldn't really worry about it unless, like, it fucking... Like, yeah, like, I just want, like, honestly, like, I just want to really worry about it right now, dude. Like, I mean, because... At the end of the day, like I said, like, if they even... like, if they do actually show up and shit for them, like... You and your mom obviously have nothing to do with this, so... Just obviously being like, yeah, we literally have nothing to do with this, what the fuck... And considering that your mom's a lawyer, you know, like, I'm pretty sure, like I said, I think you'd be okay. I don't think it would outright, you know, be you know, fucking, like, you know, like in serious issues here. Even if I make that far. Well, dude, just don't give up, bro. Like, just persevere. Like, I mean, like, if there's at least, like, you know, one thing about, you know, just, especially just humans in themselves, is that we're very fucking adamant about persevering and shit. Take away my income or not next month. Well, I mean, like, I mean, I would say I hope we'd be fucking right about that shit, but knowing how America is about the stuff, I mean, I don't know, but I guess we'll have to see, right? Guess we'll just have to see. There, well, you know, let's yeah, like, let's at least, you know, tree up a little bit, bro. Let's find, you know, let's find some memes. Let's find a meme or two. What the fuck is this? I literally don't know what this is, but I did find a meme. Okay, the meme is my dog yelling at me. What's this? House building Red Dead Redemption 2 bear. What's going on here? Oh my god, it's literally a video of a bear building a house. Oh my god. That's literally a bear doing this. What? No way. Alright, hold on. Hold the fuck on. Okay, what? Onto r/shitposting and then take credit. Okay. If you put it in reverse, it looks like he's actually destroying it. Oh, okay. You know what? It's in reverse because the bear's destroying it. But it just looks like he's building it because it's in reverse. Okay, I get it. It does look like the it does look like the bear is building the house though. Oh my god. Ah. They're introducing weird powers that make no sense to me, but it's like if this Inquisitor could regenerate limbs with the Force, why can't Vader do that? Yeah, that is a little bit of a plot hole, isn't it? I just destroyed this hut, dude. This grizzly bear just murked the fuck out of this hut. But in reverse, it looks like it's, you know, humbly building up a little cabin for himself. Okay, I will admit, if bears were intelligent enough to do this, I would legitimately be concerned. I mean, bears are actually really smart animals. So, I mean, it's like, you know, if, like, evolution says anything, you know, about anything, like, I wouldn't be surprised if a bear had a basic concept of building a shelter. Maybe not, like, this sophisticated, but I do love this. How this bear, like, spent its entire time fucking with this little cabin. Oh, look at that little thing. Oh my god. Well, not little thing. It's a big thing. Dude, this bear was dedicated on destroying this entire fucking cabin. Oh my god. I love how this bear was dedicated to destroying this entire cabin. I love it. Wow. Beautiful. Here, let's see what other little memes. I don't know. I'll just say now. Uh-oh. The most correct and based Vosh media take. A media take about entertainment and media. What's the odds that... Oh, it's about Terminator, huh? Oh, Vosh has a hot takes about Terminator. Are these going to be correct takes, or are these going to be unbased takes? Solaris is making elections random next update. Weren't they always kind of random? Wait, weren't the elections always random? Or are they going to literally be more randomized? I'm okay with that.
Hey, I have a novel observation for you guys. Has anyone here ever thought before that Terminator 2 is a good movie?
Wait, is that the hot take? The correct and base take is that Terminator 2 is a good movie?
Because I feel...
You can spend influence to manipulate elections. Well, I knew that. Wait, so they're just getting rid of that?
I'm bold enough to go there.
T1 is better than T2. Well, you didn't say anything about that yet. You just said that T2 is a good movie. Which it is. T1 and T2 are really good movies. And frankly, for me personally, I kind of flip-flop on which one's the best. Like, sometimes I kind of feel like T2 is the best. Sometimes I feel like T1's the best. It just kind of depends on my mood, I feel like, honestly. Like, I feel like I have to just acknowledge that. Like, I feel like, you know, both of them are just kind of on that same playing field, in my opinion. I mean, because there's, you know, some quirks about both of them. You know, I have nitpicks about both films. But at the same time, both of them are very phenomenal for what they are and shit. It's a better horror movie while T2 is a better action movie. Sure, yeah. I mean, yeah, like, they're different, you know, like, when it comes to what they are, despite being pretty much, you know, similar films and, you know, part of a, you know, like a, you know, whole plot arc and shit. But, yeah, like, I mean, I love T1, especially because of the horror elements and all that type of shit. And then, you know, for T2, you know, for kind of a lot of the action shit as well. And both, you know, plot-wise are fucking phenomenal, you know, in that sense. Character development-wise are pretty good. Like, I mean, both of it, like, outside of a couple nitpicks here and there, both movies are fucking great. They're awesome. And when it comes to, like, you know, Terminator movies, like, I want to know which one's the best. Like, at least when it comes to those two. Like, I really do kind of flip-flop on that one. I really am unironically a fence rider on that one, honestly. I just am. Because, like, I love both of them. I mean, it's like, you know, and honestly, by principle, it's kind of hard for me to pick favorites. Like, I don't really have that many, like, ultimate favorites. I mean, I do with some stuff, but not everything, because it's, you know, sometimes it really is kind of hard. Like, it's kind of hard to pick an ultimate favorite sometimes.
God, it's such a good movie. Terminator 1 is better? I disagree.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, there you go, Venom. T1, T2, and T3 and Salvation are my Terminator headcanon. I mean, I'm okay. I don't really have, like, a strong opinion necessarily about that. I'm not, like, super heavily delved into, like, you know, the deeper lore outside of, like, kind of the foundation about, like, you know, the commentary. I mean, outside of, like, the fundamental foundations of what the lore is, like, I'm not, like, super heavily delved into it. But either way, yeah, I mean, I'm fine with, yeah, like, I ain't gonna, you know, critique or fucking, like, you know, rebuke it or anything. Or, like, challenge that.
Your 2 is...
But, I mean, hey, I mean, Vosh thinks that T2 is better than T1. Which, I guess we'll have to hear it real quick. Here, I'll sprinkle it real quick. Just for a second, Renos. Let me out here, dude. boo 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 boo. Little sweet little boo boo boy. Had another weird ass dream earlier during a nap. Was driving some type of go-kart in traffic and kept getting pissed off at people pissing at me because of my janky gas pedal. Janky ass gas pedal, what the fuck? Then I passed by an accident between two cars, which one of which was highly stylized and a mouth in the front. Salvation, an alternative ending where John dies in Resistance, grafts his skin into a skeleton of a friendly Terminator human hybrid. Whoa. That's pretty cool.
It's such a good film. Yeah. Really,
Yeah, I had to stop take pics and saw an old friend at the scene from the East Coast. What the fuck? That is a weird ass dream. Damn.
Cameron at his best, I think. I haven't seen it, but on a spiritual level, I feel like it absolutely... It's a really good... Like, unironically, I genuinely think that it's a really good... I've been thinking a lot about films like The Terminator lately because of all the AI art bullshit.
Dude, yeah, they really need to hurry up and develop mind downloaders.
It's pretty good.
You know what? Like, I hope, like, AI art gets advanced enough to the point to where, like, if you give, like, the prompt of your dream... like, you know, at least, you know, the basic main details, you know, for it, you know, and like in the different, like, you know, timeline of it, dude, I bet it can at least, you know, create like a genuine, like, you know, faithful interpretation and adaptation of that, dude. Like, I mean, there needs to at least be a way for something to help generate, you know, some way to, like, create dreams or something like that. That'd be so cool. That wouldn't be the same as stress. That would be basically covering a robot copy of yourself. Shut up, Zukov! What the fuck? What do you want? You want our treat because you're a little butt? Come here. It's a treat right here. Come here. Come and get it. I'll throw it at you. Main pair of AI to fill in the gaps. Hell yeah, dude.
It makes me miss practical effects. Yeah. T3 is better than T2. Nice bait.
Oh my god, who just said that? Yeah, that was some bait, dude. Whoever said that was some bait. I mean, T3 is honestly not a bad movie. I like T3. It's a good movie. I mean, it's more... Yeah, I mean, it lacks in comparison to T1 and 2 especially. But, I mean, it got a little bit more cheese. But I like it, though. T3 is good. But, I mean, if we're going to say that it's the best movie out of the three especially, that's some bait. It held its own. It held its own. I will agree with that for sure. I like it. I mean, I will admit, I do like T3. Like, it's a good movie, but, like, it holds its own, but it's not the same as T1 or 2. So, I mean, you know, like, to say that it's the best, that I will admit, I'm gonna just say it, like, that sounds like bait. It's good, though. I mean, it is good. I will defend the movie on its own. But if we're gonna compare it to the other two, I ain't doing it.
Hold on.
Just likes the female Terminator and her assets. And I also like Arnold Schwarzenegger and his assets being Terminator too. So, I mean, your point. The inflatable breast to divert the cop was a bit cheesy, but whatever. You know what? But hey, you know what? Like, I like the cheesiness though. See, like, I do love a little bit of flavorful cheese. And that is some raunchy, albeit a little bit of sexist cheese. But you know what? I'm down for the cheese. You know, I'm okay with it. I mean, you saw, you know, Arnold's dick, you know, in the first Terminator. So, I mean, you know, just kind of swinging in the wind, you know, like that. It just kind of, like, pops out in the, you know, street light and shit. So, because it's just, like, casually, flaccidly, just, like, thump, 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 thump. You know, you just kind of see it casually just, like, bristling in the wind. It's like, well, there's Terminator. Oh, yep, there's Arnold's package. It's like, well, yep, that's the thing. Which at least lets you know, like, you know, how much Arnold's packing, so, you know, hey, you could thank Terminator 1 for that. He didn't even need to have, like, you know, celebrity leaks or anything.
To P1000
oh, baby, are you okay?
firing pistol. I don't know, I feel like we've talked about this before.
You pinched yourself. What'd you do, baby? You okay? What's up, boo-boo? You accidentally pinched yourself on something. You poor puppy. What's up? Come here. Come here, puppy. Boo-boo. I'll give you another treat. Come here. Come here, puppy. Come here. Boo-boo-boo-bee. Boo-boo-boo-boo. 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 Who's a sweet boopy? What's up, boopy?
On stream.
He's okay.
But one thing they did that was really cool is that the actor for the T-1000.
Why do you keep, like, he keeps going in between, like, the little desk and to me over here snooping and shit, and he just, like, you know, like, a little pinched himself on something. It's just like, dude, like, what the hell? Or, I don't know what he did, really, but, like, I mean, god damn it. Like, quit doing that. You goofy boo-boo. Accidentally hurt yourself. What the hell?
Trained himself to be able to fire a pistol without blinking. Hold on. Can I get a gif of that? Look at this. What the?
Oh yeah, Robert
Oh my
Patrick.
God.
Oh yeah, that's who Vosh was talking
What
about.
commitment to the role. Look at that. He's firing blanks. Look at that.
And also literally reloaded without blinking either.
It's open. How crazy is that? Wait. Yeah, he had to like train himself to do that because, like, obviously, even expert marksmen will flinch when you fire a gun. It's a gun. He flinched.
It's a cyborg. Well, he's just admiring that the actor trained himself very admirably to basically literally act like a cyborg. And also the actor did that purposely. Like, because he thought that, like, having the most blank expression possible, including when it comes to shooting a gun like this, you know, was more akin to acting like a robotic cyborg and shit. You know, more so than, polymeric alloy, like nanobot, like synthetic liquid metal, you know, experimental. Like, I mean, honestly, well, you know, for simplistic purposes, like, you know, being a Terminator or, like, you know, cyborg organism or whatever. I mean, even though, yeah, well, whatever. It will just, you know, be for simplicity's sake. But, yeah, like, the dude, you know, because, like, he's, you know, fundamentally, though, a machine, you know, at the end of the day, like, you know, he, you know, really tapped into the idea of, like, you know, being as, like, emotionless as possible, basically. I mean, same thing for Arnold as well. I mean, even if he did let, like, some emotion kind of fly a little bit, because kind of a part of, at least, you know, for Arnold's character, for being the Terminator and development, especially for this story, or at least in this movie, like, had at least, you know, some very minute, you know, elements of, like, you know, kind of emotional / character development for Arnold. Where, like, at least, you know, for the T-1000, because, like, I mean, he was around John Connor and, for at least, you know, some period of time, Sarah Connor, and having to kind of, like, you know, deal with, you know, protecting them. And thus, you know, kind of knowing those, you know, like, people that he has to protect. Which you get those scenes about John Connor being like, you know, hey, hasta la vista, baby, and this and that, and all that shit. Like, I mean, it's where it leads to those things. And also, like, where the Terminator almost kills, like, those gangsters or, like, you know, those gangbangers or bikers or whatever the fuck on the street with John Connor there. He was like, no, you just don't kill people randomly and stuff. And, you know, it did stop him from killing those guys, and they ran away and shit. Like, so, you know, like, I mean, he, you know, like, there, and because of that, there's still, like, a sense of development into the programming that, you know, that adds a little bit of character outside of just being a careless, soulless machine. One of those is my avatar on Twitch, lol. Nice! Little boo-boo-boo-boo. This dog is adamant about all the treats. You goofy baby. And you're okay. You're a good boy. You're a good boy.
Okay, well, the man's a human, you know, but yeah. RP was a perfect cast iron. Yeah, I agree. Training be hard for that. Yeah, they just super glue.
Skynet is such a sacred of the T-1000 units. They had enough process power and freedom to realize that they are slaves to Skynet and break free.
His eyelids open. Oh, man. Also, dude, holy shit. The fact that Terminator 2, like, codified the...
there are true humans to help Skynet in exchange for being the last ones to die in decent living conditions until then. Well, wow. Well, that's kind of... I mean, bluntly going to be admitting kind of pathetic.
Lever action shotgun, like, hand flip? Like, come on. I don't know. There's so much shit, man. It's yeah. How's how can one hate T3 when it has a scene of the TX expanding her tits? Man, T3 sucked.
Okay, Vosh, I disagree with that. It did not suck. I mean, honestly, if anything, the cheesiness of the tit expansion, just like like, I mean, I mean, just out of that raunchy cheesiness, I mean, come on now. I mean, it doesn't suck that bad. I mean, also, like, I mean, you know, overall, the movie really in itself, plot-wise, wasn't really that bad. It was okay. Was it, like, horrible or bad or sucked? No. Was it ultimately great or amazing or phenomenal? Not necessarily. I mean, I'll say, though, it was at least good. I'll say good. But, you know, I won't really go farther than that, at least, you know, when it comes to that movie.
So much.
It's a good movie.
So bad.
It ain't that bad. Oh my god, get over it.
Terminator 2 villain is an LAPD officer. Oh, for those of you who don't know, James Cameron is based, by the way. Like, I know that the Avatar movies aren't exactly, like, amazing cinema or whatever, but explicitly, the reason why they made the T-1000 in Terminator 2 an LAPD officer. The Terminator films are not really about the human race getting killed off by future machines. They're about us losing touch with our humanity and becoming machines, which allows us to kill and brutalize each other. Cops think of all non-cops as less than they are, stupid, weak, and evil. They dehumanize the people they're sworn to protect and desensitize themselves in order to do that job. Oh my god.
Dude, that's what James Cameron says about cops. Dude, James Cameron, based. Damn. Whoa. Some baseness.
Well, how many times... Okay, like, James Cameron isn't just... He's not like Guillermo del Toro, okay? He's not like an artsy edge case director. It's James Cameron. He said this shit 20 years ago. It's like, it's so based. LAPD has
especially back when cops were, like, being cocksucks left and right, you know, back in the day. I mean, they still are, but, I mean, at least there's a lot more of a social... normalcy of critiquing and, you know, challenging, you know, the values of, like, being, you know, like being a police officer or whatever the fuck, you know, like, I mean, at least, you know, there's more challenge towards it nowadays, but back in, like, the 90s and early 2000s, oh my god, like, you were just, like, un-American if you just were not licking the boot of a cop.
I mean, yeah. Probably 30 years ago? Yeah, I guess, like, 30 years ago, whatever. I mean, Avatar is a critique of colonialism. Yeah, and, like, even Titanic is, like, about, like, classism in large part. A huge part of the conflict in Titanic is about classism.
That actually is true. Like, I mean, I remember watching Titanic a lot growing up, honestly, and, like, I mean, and all in all, I mean, like, there really is, like, an element about, class, you know, being discussed as a social commentary in the film. Because obviously Titanic had a lot of, like, you know, blue-collar working-class folk, you know, on the boat, and a lot of bourgeois, like, kind of upper-class guys on the boat. So, I mean, like, you know, like, I mean, you know, thinking about it, yeah, James Cameron, for being an art director, you know, and a movie director, like, he's actually legit pretty based. I mean, you know, you just kind of think about him as, like, oh, just a phenomenal, amazing, you know, like... movie director and shit, but, like, I mean, if you really kind of, like, infer the commentary he's putting in the films that he's making, I mean, he actually makes it pretty bluntly blatant. And I actually kind of respect that. That's why, you know, at least for, like, the Avatar movies, I like them for that. You know, being pretty blunt about the commentary broadly, you know, and tying it very well into the plot with those films. I mean, same with Terminator. You know, especially Terminator 2, considering, you know, the commentary being inferred, because, yeah, the, you know, antagonistic TX was, yeah, predominantly, for pretty much most of the movie, was represented as a cop. So, you know, very animately anti-cop, you know, messaging going on with that. I mean, so, all in all, like, James Cameron, yeah, I mean, if you really think about it, he is actually pretty legit kind of based. And honestly, like, various different, you know, movie directors are like that. Like, Kubrick is one of them. Well, you know, like, at least in Postmortem, Kubrick was one of them. You know, like, what's his name? Todd Scott, I think. The guy who made the Joker film. Like, he's kind of another one of those dudes. Like, there's a few movie directors that are like that. And it's just like, damn, based. Like, you don't really necessarily think about it, but if you really kind of infer a lot of the commentary that they do kind of, you know, put interweave into their films, I mean, it really does kind of show, you know, kind of like broadly what their worldview is about certain things. And it kind of, you know, at least for me, you know, kind of garners a little respect. Like, I don't necessarily think James Cameron's like some flaming lefty guy or some shit, but he's definitely like, you know, a progressive, like, rad lib type, you know, and it really shows, at least when it comes to his broader worldview. And honestly, I don't know what he does, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, his wealth with philanthropy, or, like, maybe invest in that, you know, into some action or what. I mean, I don't know if, you know, if he does that or not, but, I mean, whatever. I mean, at least, you know, he's, like, you know, instilling those type of messages and that commentary into people's minds, and, you know, willing to at least kind of broadly, you know, challenge the status quo. He's actually a very enthusiastic activist. Well, hey, there you go. He's done a lot. Cool. You know, and I kind of figured that he did. I mean, if he interweaves so much, and very bluntly so, a lot of commentary about, like, how he views things, like, I wasn't really necessarily going to be shocked about that. I just wasn't sure, like, as I really don't know that much about him outside of, like, you know, being a, you know, very, you know, acclimated movie director. Because, you know, he has every right to be, because he is. So, like, I mean, it's really only kind of lately that I'm realizing, like, he's legit actually kind of based. Like, I didn't really think about it up until kind of recently. It wasn't really this video that, you know, that I'm just talking about, but I mean, just kind of like in the last, like, year or so, I'm like, he's actually, hey, wow, you know, actually kind of cool.
It's just that James Cameron has Hollywood brain, so he has all these movies that are, like, based thematically, and then he does Hollywood shit, you know?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming he's probably, you know, just by proxy going to be doing quote-unquote Hollywood shit, but, you know, hey, I mean, at least he, you know, is kind of a little bit cut from somewhat of a different cloth either way, though. Also, like, David Attenborough's another one now that I think about it. Like, you know, because, like, if you think about it, like, you know, like David Attenborough, when it comes to, like, a lot of the environmental, like, slash, like Planet Earth documentaries, especially, he's always done it in a way, but especially lately in the, like, last 5 to 10 years, he, like, really, you know, it kind of pushes, like, now this is going to be like the last of these fish that, you know, exists in these waters if we do not decide to do anything against the plastic that, you know, invades the earth. It's like, god damn it, you're like, what, making this so gruesome, Jesus. Damn, David, I love you, Attenborough, but fuck, bro, laying it on deep. I mean, you know, it's just like, wow, look at those beautiful fish, and then it's like, they will die in 10 years. It's like, no, don't tell me that. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, damn, David, what the hell? What the hell, Attenborough? I love you, but goddamn. It's like, holy shit. So it's back to theory. Well, I guess I could say kind of Voosh was right. That's Terminator 2, created as a commentary on policing. Said the Terminator films are not really about the human race getting killed off by future machines. Whoa. Look at that. It's pretty dope. Film director James Cameron said that he chose a cop for the villain Terminator 2 in part because cops think all non-cops is less than they are. Which is what, you know, Vosh was just kind of mentioning here. Oh, I think it's this right here. Yeah, this is from what Vosh was quoting. Cops think of all non-cops is less than they are, stupid, weak, and evil. They dehumanize the people that they're sworn to protect and desensitize themselves in order to do that job. And that was what Vosh was quoting from earlier. And yep, Snopes is backing it up. Which just, you know, quintuples, you know, that validation of that quote. Nothing can be done about that. Well, I mean, I guess technically in a way that could. I mean, you know, there are some animals that are still, like, on the endangered species list, and, like, basically, I guess for all intents and purposes, would be extinct if it wasn't for the fact there was, like, you know, reservations or zoos, you know, for them to live in. I mean, maybe do something about enough of a shit. And then just accept the fact that, you know, it's just what it is. I mean, if you at least try something, you know, if anything, if all else, at least you tried. And if anything, at least, like, future generations won't look at you and be like, damn it, why'd you, you know, not do anything? Or why'd you make it worse? You know, and so it's just like, I mean, if anything, I'll, you know, if anything else, at least there's that.
Well, that's true. He also said Thanos was right. Oh my god. Really?
Wait. James Cameron said Thanos was right. Oh my god, based. Damn, James Cameron. Whoa. Alright, I'm starting to like you a lot more now, Cameron.
James Cameron doesn't always have the nicest things to say about the MCU. I can relate to Thanos. I thought he had a pretty viable answer. The problem is nobody's going to put their hands up to volunteer to be the half that has to go. Oh no!
Oh my god! Wait. James Cameron unironically said that. I can relate to Thanos. I thought he had a pretty viable answer. The problem is nobody's going to put their hand up to volunteer. Oh my god! James Cameron unironically said that. Holy shit! Whoa! Damn, James, dude, damn, little Edge Boy Cameron over here. Oh shit,
he hasn't thought about it. Oh no, guys, the human population was half of what it is now, like 40 years ago.
Casually for genocide. That's why I said Edge Boy Cameron, dude. He just, like, advocated for a Thanosin, bro. It's like, damn, dude. James Cameron actually is edgy. Like, straight up edgy, dude. Holy shit.
We would be back to, like, the exact same population count in no time. In, like, no time at all. On a universal scale, it would be no time.
I mean, Vosh is also not wrong either. Like, when our population was literally half of what it is now... Like, I mean, that literally is not that long ago. I think it's literally, like, at most, like, 4 generations back. Like, it really is not that far back. Like, I mean, if we were to take, like, half of the people and just be like, just like, nah, you know, it's like Gorn, you know, that would return pretty rapidly. I mean, honestly, like, just all intents and purposes. Took off. Boo boo. Damn little mutt. Never run the stars. Well, if that's the case, then how come that we have, like, things that are, for all intents and purposes, like Interstellar right now? Like, we have 3 things that are interstellar in space that are beyond our fucking solar system. The 2 Voyager craft and literally a manhole. Like, literally a manhole is in, like, interstellar space. Not probes. Well, I mean, the fact that we're able to do that, and there's at least, you know, experimental, like, attempts and possibilities to at least try to get people either back on the moon or even colonize Mars and shit, shows that at least there's, like, some sort of a gumption to do it. And at least, you know, it ain't for without trying. Sukov! Dude! Yo! Hey! Bro! What the fuck? Like, we already did that. Well, we haven't done that in a long time, so in order to, like, traverse the stars, you know, we gotta, like, at least go back there. And obviously then some, but we also, you know, have, you know, things out in places like in Europa and, like, you know, different moons like Titan and shit. It's like, I mean, there's been a plethora of different advancements in science, especially when it comes to, you know, when it comes to, like, expanding our research and putting things on different planets and different moons. I mean, you realize when it comes to, like, broadly, like, going to the stars, especially as, like, you know, the human species, you know, like, colonize different planets, like, that takes a lot of fucking time and a legit shit fuckload of resources and technological development. I mean, just the virtue of being able to, especially interstellar-wise, you know, travel, let alone colonize other planets interstellarly, like, that's legit well without our generation. You know, it's like, I mean, that's going to happen within, like, you know, within hundreds of years, potentially, but nonetheless, I mean, likely probably will, though. We haven't had Dark Age in space. Well, we couldn't control that because of things like the bubonic plague. You know, so there's like, I mean, you know, the various different things that are like, you know, not essentially inherently in control, like when it comes to various variables. I mean, the thing is, there's always going to be fucking setbacks, but that doesn't mean like progress isn't made regardless. I mean, because by that logic, I mean, you know, if it's, you know, like if the burning of Alexandria and shit, then, you know, we'd probably be spacefaring. Or, you know, if it wasn't for the fact that, like, the Nazi power and then just, like, you know, but was just a Weimar Republic, you know, persistently going forward, and all those German scientists just kind of casually did their own investment in rocket technology without, like, the whole war and stuff, we'd probably be, you know, spacefaring even sooner. Too late. I mean, I'm just not, you know, like, just, you know, defeatist enough about it, I guess. Because at least, you know, for me, there's just, you know, like, not really, you know, much room for it. I get why people feel that way. Filling it at once. I mean, the thing is, you think there was, like, you know, that shit going on, like, there was all sorts of fucking crises and things going on. I mean, like literally, like, a little over 100 years ago, like, when World War I was happening, there was also the Spanish flu. There was, like, an insane labor movement. It was just, like, after the Gilded Age, you know, that, you know, things were happening as well. Like, I mean, Prohibition was basically around the corner. Like, I mean, women's suffrage was happening. I mean, there was, like, crises after crises, you know, shit happening, you know, during, you know, that era. But yet, you know, people were able to still persevere and, you know, come and push, you know, through those different types of things. I mean, yeah, it led to all sorts of other shit, you know, over time. Kill self completely. I mean, in a sense, I mean, you know, it, like, could have, not necessarily with nuclear technology, but, you know, with, you know, perpetual war and, like, things like chemical warfare, but not with nukes. That's a very immediate way to do it. But there could have been, like, a scorched earth of literally, like, you know, like, dropping chemical warfare on, like, literally fat swaths of land. Because that was already done on the Western Front during World War I. So, I mean, if you want to extrapolate that further, I mean, and realize the consequences, damage that would have, you know, had, I mean, that could have, you know, been easily done, you know, to the rest of, you know, swaths of continents or different countries or different states and shit. It didn't have to necessarily just be, you know, specific to one area. Or, like, you know, one specific front line. Besides, like, I mean, there's been so many different things and, you know, fulcrum points, you know, within human history. And, you know, nonetheless, we're still here and still able to persevere. The Linux fly. And even then, there's still going to be people, you know, left around after the fact. Largest, most expensive bluff of all time in the Cold War. Well, yeah, because it was a bluff. I mean, you had, like, the two biggest superpowers really bluffing each other. I mean, that's the kind of the whole point of why it was called the Cold War. Because the actual wars were the proxy wars that they were enacting. Now the country is literally full of those from that, banning missiles, toxic waste dumps. Well, yeah. Trying to use Putin. If Russia is still using DMS switches, and if he croaks and moves automatically. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, I mean, would the DMS switch be from him specifically, though? I mean, I guess probably, but, I mean, like, a lot of, like, you know, different higher-ups within, you know, his own government aren't necessarily too happy about fucking hiccups, really. Like, they're not necessarily too happy about, like, you know, the results of, like, the war going on right now. And thus, you know, or, you know, at least especially quietly and at least anonymously, are pretty critical about it. I mean, there's even partisans in Russia, not Ukrainians, but, like, partisans in Russia, like Russian citizens who are, you know, who are partisans, you know, that are fighting back against their own regime. I just saw a video earlier today, actually, about Russian partisans that blew up a train that was sending fuel and different supplies into Belarus. And it wasn't Ukrainians who did it, it was partisans, Russian citizens in Russia. So it's like, I mean, there's Russian citizens who are overtly, openly fighting back. So, I mean, in a way, who's to say it's not even the Russian citizens, doing shit like that right now? I mean, arguably, maybe some of these assassination attempts, to Putin. I kind of heard something about that happen recently. I don't know any details of it. I will admit, but I will say at least, despite my lack of information, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Russian partisans, whether within like the military apparatus or otherwise, that might have been able to gather enough resources to at least attempt something like that. But again, I don't know exactly all the details to it, but I do know this: Russian partisans, within Russia are overtly, militaristically fighting against their government and doing anything to be a thorn in the side of the war. So, I mean, if there's at least, anything, to say about that, it shows that the Russian people aren't entirely just unanimously, in lockstep with everything. And falling more every day. I mean, that, and also, like, I mean, it's, you can only keep it going for so long before, people in his own country start getting heavily disenfranchised. And the fact that he has literally partisans who are, within his own citizenry, openly and participate in the war against their government. Like, I mean, it's only a matter of time before, like, overt revolts start happening, at least regionally. I mean, there's already a bunch of mass protesting and shit going on, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if there's at least, every now and then that shit happening still. So, I mean, it's just the fact that they, the Russian government especially, and the Russian state, suppresses it so fucking much, we in the West don't hear so much about it. I mean, when especially some very big events that do happen where even the Russian state can't ignore it, I mean, we'll definitely hear about that, but there's probably, honestly, especially in a lot of probably, like, little small towns out in Russia and stuff, there's probably a lot of, like, different things, like rallies, protests, and shit still going on. I mean, it's just, like, where the, Russian government doesn't have, like, the most strongest influence, so you can't really do that much about it. But places like in St. Petersburg, Moscow, or bigger towns and cities and shit, oh, well, fuck yeah. They got enough of a budget of funding to round all those motherfuckers up and send them out into penal battalions into Ukraine to teach them a lesson. Which they end up being in some trench and they get, hit with a grenade, by those, Ukrainian drones and shit. So, yay. What a great outcome the whole war is becoming now. Like, I mean, like, at this point, I also just exceptionally feel bad for, outside of, like, Wagner, even, like, yeah, at least, when it comes to, like, conscripts and shit, I kind of feel bad for, like, some of the Russians, too, when it comes to the war, because, like, a lot of them are likely, people who were in prison due to protesting, or just prisoners who are like, oh, you can be free if you pick up a gun, basically, and then they give them fuck little one for training and shit, and then they get hit with a grenade. It's like, that's flying on a drone. It's like, great. What a great outcome this war has ended up being, and for what? I mean, at the end of the day, the real true, like, orc in this case is always just going to be Putin. Which is why I just kind of, I also don't really like the whole idea of, like, calling other Russians, specifically kind of orcs and shit, outside of maybe, like, Wagner. And not all of them are really Russians. They're just a bunch of fucking PMC mercenary fucking thugs. Just like any other PMC group. They just happen to be a lot more invested to the Russian state because that's their big dog that, backs them up and gives them the most contracts. So, I mean, it's like any other PMC, they ain't really no much different. They just happen to, be more loyal to the one who gives them the biggest bid. Gives them the biggest juicy contract, which obviously is Russia. So, like, I mean, at the end of the day, any private military corporation, especially ones like Wagner, are just always going to be a bunch of fucking thugs, regardless of what fucking faction they happen to be back of. But even more so, exceptionally, for Wagner, just because, like, of what they're openly and overtly doing. And also, they're kind of tangentially related into the whole, like, crisis going on in Sudan right now, because there's certain factions in Sudan that like have power over some gold mines that Wagner conveniently has contracts and has investments and ownership of. So there's like a lot of crazy shit going on there too. I mean, when it comes to the whole like private mercenary army shit going on, it is insane. There is some crazy shit going on with that type of stuff. More so than I think really people think. Even I, to be granted too. Like there is definitely some crazy weird sus shit happening. And America ain't innocent in that either, by the way. But, there's, Wagner's just, one that's, a little bit more brazen about it. You just have to be a lot more lucrative with it. Soldier of Fortune is much worse than Blackwater ever was. Soldier of Fortune? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know about what you're talking about. And Blackwater's another one. Blackwater's, basically, America's Wagner, but you don't really hear too much of them because, like I said, they're a lot more lucrative. They keep their shit a little bit more on the DL. They're not brazen like, Wagner is when it comes to their contracts and their dealings. Because they like to, they have, an even more exceptional bent on, being boisterous. Which both of them are. Like, the guy who founded Blackwater, that dude is literally a Christian Nazi. Like, a far-right, Christo-fascist Nazi guy. Straight up. It wasn't just kind of a coinky-dink. They just set it up as these are for veterans to get together and continue to be a part of service, even though they can't for whatever reason, blah, 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 blah. And it never was about that. It was about pushing, some very specific ideological things that he wanted to enact. Because he was basically, somebody who wanted to, push an ideological crusade. Because he was a crusader, essentially. For the stream, that Christian nationals have forced the buffer. Is my shit buffering? I'll take a little quick gander. Yeah, I think my things should be okay. Okay, sounds like my things are okay. Back. Yeah, it looked like our things were alright. Just might have been a little hiccup because Alabama's internet shit. I'm assuming. I don't know. Or maybe YouTube, too. YouTube probably had, a little... So, who knows? But, either way, whatever. No F's here. Well, if Mornax didn't have enough... Well, whatever. That don't matter that much. Hiccups happen every now and then on stream. It happens. About it. What? Look, man, don't give up, bro. Seriously. I know things are fucked. Because, yeah, they are. Even from my own personal life, there's things that are fucked. Okay? I understand that, yeah, things should and need to be better, but, don't, let that, be... something that kind of takes over in a sense of that's all that it is, because it ain't gonna be. Like I said, dude, it's you and your mom have gotten this fucking far when it comes to trying to get yourselves out of this predicament and shit. It's it's one of those situations where y'all gotten too far and to just give up that easily, you know what I'm saying? That's okay. No, it's not, dude. An apartment still in Alabama. Well, look, if that ends up still, being the case, then go in Huntsville or Birmingham. Where, there's at least more, people who are very like-minded in comparison to wherever the fuck you're living now. So, and at least then, you might be able to at least, find an outlet and opportunity, or at least, different possibilities of, getting out of, Alabama because of, different connections you make because of that. At the end of the day, there's always going to be, some sort of opportunity, in whatever decision or whatever, thing that happens. Not everything's, all going to be just you know, like downhill, because I mean there's always going to be, you know, different little valleys, peaks, and ridges and all sorts of shit. I mean, it's not like all just like, you know, going, you know, one way. For doing anything missing at home. I mean, to like, I'm not really exactly much of, you know, a better boat myself. Frankly, like, I'm lucky that I'm able to, like, you know, have, like, some of the vacation time that I have. And that's just because, like, you know, especially when it comes to inflation, like, I mean, things, you know, end up being worse around here because of, like, the broader, like, you know, standard of living and shit. Even though it still ain't good. I'm just like, dude, don't think like that, bro. I mean, seriously. And I'm not even saying that because of, like, you know, oh, it's like barbecue, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm not even saying because of that. I'm just saying because, like, dude, I mean, it's like, it's not all gonna be, like, you know, like, fucked. Like I said, I mean, you and your mom have gone, like, too far, you know, to get, like, this fucked and shit. Being for food. And yet those things could, you know, like, be revoked. Outside of maybe the wheat thing. And also, afford food. Do you think I pay for all my food? I'll give you a hint. I don't. I don't at all. Do you think I pay for, like, half of the alcohol that I get, too, by the way? Considering that, you know, it's easily accessible. I mean, when it comes to the roof over our head, it's just literally because of the privilege of the fact that my, you know, family back when the socioeconomic conditions were actually, like, sustainable, you know, were, you know, something that, you know, like, my parents were able to afford, you know, and when buying a property and shit. And even then, that shit's at risk, because the thing is, like, yeah, I might have shut up! Like, I might have a roof over my head, but the heat could be turned off, you know, the electricity, the water, like, you know, I mean, all those type of things could still be, you know, jeopardy. I mean, there's a lot of things that are still at risk. And there's been times where the, you know, electricity or, like, the water's been turned off and shit like that before. I mean, there's been times where that actually has happened. So, I mean, I'm just, you know, it's like, I'm not, like, you know, you know, like, you know, these days I'm also kind of teetering on the edge. I just have, like, you know, yeah, like, I mean, especially currently because of our system, I have certain privileges, and certainly recognize that. But the thing is, what I have should not be a fucking privilege. What I should have, it should not even be the bare minimum of the standard comfortable standard living, but should be more than that even. Like, people should be able to at least still, like, have a basic guarantee to be able to have, like, something like this, or a little apartment, or something. Like, even, like, a little small townhouse, or, like, a little, you know, like, small little homestead or something. Like, something, you know, at least a roof over the head, you know, the basic guarantee. Same thing with food and water, you know, because these things are necessities. Yeah. Should be say if DeSantis were to win. Well, DeSantis is not going to win. Put in figures, DeSantis ain't going to do shit. I mean, at least, you know, as far as I'm concerned right now. Obviously, that can be subject to change. Because this is definitely not here to stay. Well, hey, I'll just grow my own. Got plenty of seeds to grow my own marijuana, so that's why I collect the seeds. I'll use him as an example. Well, I mean, I get what you mean, but either way, that's why you resist and don't acknowledge the authority of that fucking state or that power. Because fuck that shit. Boo. Boo. Can I help you just staring at me there, bro? Seriously? You send the feds after you. Who said to outgrow it here? I mean, honestly, like, I know spots that I could grow it at that no one knows. Wouldn't necessarily have to be here. So, if they search this place, they want to find fuck all. If it had to come to that situation. So, hey, you know, persevere, adapt, overcome. Because at this point, I kind of recognize that, yeah, you know, things aren't exactly going to be, you know, like, you know, puddings and rainbows and shit anymore. Or they, well, frankly, ever were. You know, so it's just like, and it ain't going to get it that way, you know, necessarily anytime soon. So, you know, hey. Or worse, in jail. Well, implying that, you know, I'll, you know, put myself in a situation that would ever happen. Outside of, like, protesting, that shit ain't gonna be happening anytime soon. Dog, you are staring at me like you're ramping up for another boof. And do not boof me. Sorry, this dog boofs me. I'm not gonna be I'm not gonna be happy about it. So I don't disobey. Meh. Where's the fun in that? Where's the adrenaline and the excitement in that type of thing? Bleh. Bleh. You gotta do some civil disobedience. You gotta do some civil obedience and do some due diligence. Okay, that dog got rolled up in a little ball. Oh, never mind, he's staring at me again. He rolled up in a little ball. I mentioned him. He knew that I was talking about him, and now he's staring at me again. His dog is like, I can bark at you if you want. Look at you. Goddamn goober. Path of least resistance. Or become the path of resistance. I kind of like that. I kind of like being the path of resistance instead. So. Nah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling a yeah on that one. What fight the powers that be? Well, that's why you got people like me that will. So. Go ahead. I mean, I wasn't saying that as an affirmation. I'm just saying. Die in vain. There's no such thing as dying in vain, sure. There's been plenty of people that have, like, fought, bled, you know, sweat and died, and they never died in vain, so. I'm just gonna do that for now on, just a nice little. Where'd my lighter go? No way it fell on the ground. What the fuck? Or am I just, like, buried it somewhere? No. I buried it in my ass, and I did not do that. Sukov, did you take my lighter? No, where did... I said, no. Yeah, what the hell? I am. How did I? Wait, did I pocket it? Oh my god. Okay, it was in the fold of a goddamn fucking pant. Oh my god. Ask Spartacus if his death mattered. Given the circumstances of the time, probably did. I don't know. He's dead. I can't ask a corpse that's like over 1,000+ years old. So maybe it was. Obviously, his name is remembered in history, so evidently it wasn't in vain. People still remember his name. The fact that he inferred it proves that much. So. The civility matters. This has the answer. Okay. Well, I don't advocate. Nothing I'm advocating is about civility. And those that usually perpetuate that said civility are usually the ones that, you know, had those ashes of the million dead in the first place. So, the point. I find that a little funny to me. Little Zugoff, what are you doing? What are you rummaging through? There's nothing over there for you to rummage. Damn dork. Damn little dork. Oh shit. I feel like I'm out. I haven't seen this come up. Ah. It is really building up in a way that is really bad and uncomfortable. And I think it just went away too. Oh, what the fuck. Now it's just making me feel weird. Ah. What the hell? Wow, why did my body tease to sneeze for that long and then not sneeze? That was some bullshit. Like, that did not make my sinuses feel good at all. Bruh. That is just some bullshit. Ugh. I did not like that. That was not cool. That was not cool. I did not like that. Ugh. Here. A little fun meme can I check out? Is there a meme? There is a fun little meme that be around. A kitty. It's not a meme, but it is a kitty. Critter. Oh my goodness, a kitty. Ambush the kitty. Boop the kitty. Little Bert. Oh. Oh, little bird. Oh, so cute. Cute little kid. Cute little kid with a little. So cute. That is just so damn adorable. A damn adorable ass little kitty. Of sweet cuteness. Oh shit, I'm feeling that sneeze come back. Oh fuck. Ah! Why is my body doing this to me? It's horrible. Ah! Fucking, ugh. I do not like this. I do not like the fact that my body is seizing to sneeze this hard on me. Boo. What the hell I miss? Abycinco. Guess who's really pissed off? You guess me. Good job. Wait, you are? Damn, what happened? Oh shit. What the hell you miss? I mean, I don't know, a pretty decent fat amount. You're trying to at least encourage my friend. Try to uplift him. All that stuff. But at the end of the day, probably just me huffing hopium, but whatever. Fuck it, I don't care. Last 4-something hours trying to shop online for a mattress. I swear that that's only doing tactics as its rival. How goddamn complicated this entire fucking process is. Wait, just for finding a mattress? Are you serious? Oh my god. Holy shit, bro. What the fuck? Oh, dude, really? Just for a mattress? How is it that hard to, like... Simple search to go to a mattress store? Well, I'm assuming maybe it's just because it's cheaper to go find it online, but, like, how in the fuck is it so hard? I'm not saying that, like, there's something wrong if you're trying to find one. I'm just like, huh? That just, like, damn. What the fuck? No, it's right. And now I got pissed like a racehorse. What the hell? I'll be right back. Oh my god, you stretch muffin. You stretch muffin. Did Aaron just make South Park COVID special joke? Yes. Actually, I don't know if I did, but I'm saying yes just to, truly confirm that I did. Unintentionally. It's just expensive hell. Who decide basically necessity costs like $1,000. You gotta be kidding me. If honestly, I'm like 5 stars. Best per server. And then you get a handful that say you get gonorrhea if you sleep on it and have some gift card money, so it needs to be online purchase. Oh my god. Holy fucking shit, dude. What the hell? Man, that is some bullshit. Ah! People don't want to pay for that, therefore it's that price. Well, the problem is people aren't. What the fuck is wrong with you? Little dick. Come here. Come here. Don't be doing that. Don't be doing... Come here. Come here. Zukov. Zukov. Come here. Bye-bye. Come here. Come here. Come here. Get the fuck over here. Come here. What a dork. What a fucking dork. What a mutt. What? Why do you keep looking at me like that? Invisible hand of the free marker reached down from the heavens and put $100,000, $100,000, oh my god, $1,000 price tag on your mattress personally. Damn. Damn, son. Zukov, come here, dude. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come here. Bubby. Bubby. Get over here. Zukov, come here. Come here. Come here. Get over here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh my god, you just laid right the fuck down, and now you're looking at me very smugly. Fuck you. Oh, fuck you tweaking your little ear and being like, You're a dick. Big mattress got us by the balls. Fucking big mattress. We should go let Zukov, piss and shit all over those mattresses. And then rip them shreds and all that stuff. Because, fuck big mattress. Yeah. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. You're looking at me with really severe judgment. What have I ever done to you? This dog's a dick. He's doing this, weird, the dog is doing some shit like that. It's weird. But it's so cute. Super Saiyan Child's match that child. I ain't really nothing wrong with that. I mean, the matches I have right now, I've had for 5-something fucking years now at this point. And the one before that was the one I had since basically childhood. But eventually that thing became so fucking sprung out and broken that I was like, alright, fuck this, I gotta get a new one. And luckily, a former roommate at the time, or actually, my Uncle Robert, his kid, his former mattress actually was the one I'm using now, and so far it works just fine. I feel like probably soon, I probably might want to get a replacement, but at least we do have another spare here at the house. So, I mean, I don't really have to get, buy one anytime soon, I guess. Goddamn autocorrect, so I just don't think about much. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you could probably find around and maybe get a used one or something. Granted, probably not the best thing, but hey, I mean, Honestly, I probably wouldn't want to get a used mattress. That's, albeit, like a level of desperation, but hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. Oh my goodness, you are so cute. Oh my god, you just like roast right up on this one. Honestly, someone else jerked off on. I mean, I don't blame you. I really don't. Come here, booby. Come here. You have to come over here for this one. You know what? Actually. Else, I have this too. Come here. Come on. Come here. Get over here. Come on. Come here. Would you get the fuck over here? Come on. Come here, boy. Come here. Come here, little puppy. Come here. You fucking asshole. Would you get the fuck over here? Come here. Come on. Come here. Come here, boy. Oh my god, you... You're a fucking prick. You know that? You're a jerk. It's right there for you. But you have to come over here to get it. It's right there. It's right there, buddy. You have to come over here. Fucking jerk. What a jerk. Boo. I was gonna show you off and show you cuteness because you're a cute little sweet boy. But no. Yeah, oh, yeah, you got a little jerk like you're about to, want to, walk over here, because, yeah. He's a good boy. Little sweet boy. Come here. Come here, little boy. Sweet boy. You want a little treat? Come here, come on. Be a good boy for once, for fuck's sake. Seriously? Oh, I give up. I give up on you. I shall abandon you to the streets. I'm not actually gonna do that. That's satire, YouTube. But I am frustrated with you. Man, look at this little fucker. I mean, look at him. Like, straight up. Just staring at me over there. Wow. It literally just blurred right the fuck up. That's just great. Thank you. Thank you, phone. Seriously? Hey, there is a treat over here for you, you little dingbat. Come here. Come here. Why is it zoomed? Why is it like so focused on this, even though it's not in view, and not him? Like, seriously? Do I have to like focus on something else or something? Like, what the fuck? Wow. It got even worse. Oh, there we go. Kind of. Yeah, you. Yeah, you. Oi. Why do you keep staring at me like that? You jerk. Look at him. Fucking little dick. Yeah. There we go. a little fruit muffin. I love a little fruit muffin. Yeah. Yeah. You're a little hungry again. Actually, that's been a pretty decent amount of time. A little 4-hour interval there. So, gonna make myself some ramen. Get myself in a little food coma and all that fun little shit. So. Oh, wow. You shows up now. Come here. No. Come here. Really? Come here. You can't be serious. You can't be fucking serious. Oh my god, look at this little prick. Really? Are you serious, dude? Yo, Zukov. Hey, Zukov. Yeah, you. You can't be serious, bro. Really? Really? He's so cute. He's just a little nugget of fluff. Alright, here you go. Do you even want it? It's right there. It's literally in your face. What the fuck? You're pushing yourself away? Really? Oh my god. Oh my god. Really? Are we serious, doggo? Is it really that fucking important? Jesus Christ. Here. Wait, where? Okay, right here. Okay, there we go. It's... okay, really? Alright, that's about the best game. Whatever. You're a goof. You know that? Seriously? Hey, you. Ew. Boo-boo. You're giving me the fucking cold shoulder. Are you serious? Dude, look at him. He literally is. Oi. Oh my god. Wow. You're a prick. What a prick. What's this? One advance here. Whoa. Gamers getting drafted for World War III. Well, you know they're going to be occupied. You know, like the helicopter gunners going to have their waifu pillow with them and blasting Gucci Gang. You know, so that's at least going to be happening. God damn it. Okay, here we go.
Okay, so I see you're getting drafted for World War III. What can you offer the U.S. Army? I'm a phenomenal Fortnite player, top 5. No way we're going to lose my building skills. All right, prove it. Let me see. All right, it's been a minute, though. It's been a second. Almost got it. Come on. How long is this going to take? I don't have all day. See, look, a chair. The only thing you're building this war is some graves. Next. A lot of Call of Duty. Nobody has much experience as me when it comes to war. I'm untouchable. I've been on since Call of Duty 4. Oh, really? I like that. With this pistol, I want you to show me how you approach the battlefield. Oh, that's easy. Let me just grab my camo. We out here. We out here.
Just camping in the corner.
Seriously? You're camping? He's camping? How long are we going to wait for this?
Many unbearable hours later.
the little twist.
You're still there? You're done. You're done. Waiting for a target. No. Next. So we playing superheroes now in the army? Playing Spider-Man PS4 taught me exactly how to be like the Spider. I am Spider-Man. You're telling me you can do everything Spider-Man can. Everything to the molecule, the atom, the DNA that's inside of me. Fake. You didn't even sense that. You're supposed to have spider sense. Next. So it says here you're a Pokemon trainer and been playing since Blue and Red. Look, hear me out. All we need is ghost Pokemon. An army of them. Humans are technically the normal type, so they can't even touch them. That's actually not the worst idea I heard all day. Easy win. Have you ever thought about what would happen if two ghost Pokemon battle each other, ran out of power points, PP, and how do you struggle on each other? They're immune to normal moves, so what happened? Wow, I never thought of that before. That's deep, sir.
It's some deep shit. Whoa.
This is starting to get awkward. So I see for you that you're experiencing hand-to-hand combat. Yes, I play Dragon Ball FighterZ. I learned from playing that game and watching anime that you don't need guns to blast away your enemies. You can just use their key energy to destroy anything. Alright. Alright, I'll bite. Show me what you got.
Oh shit! Obliterated like half the. Oh. Whoa. Damn. I was about to say obliterated half the globe, but no, it just total annihilation of the planet. Whoa. Well, get the Dragon Ball Z gamers on deck stat. Because, holy shit. Yo. Oh my god, like, the first comment. Everybody gangster until they hear Kame. I was about to say that. Damn, someone already beat the bunch. Love it. A Doge. Squeaky Shiba gives you 100%.
Hello, Kyle. How are you today?
Oh.
Good. You know why I'm here?
Aww.
More. That's a good boy.
Aww.
More. 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 More.
Aww.
No more? I say when it's no more. More.
I say when there's no more, you give me more.
Good boy.
Aww. What a fluff. What a sweet little thing. And I yearn to liberate the sweet boy. Did I ever do that to hand? Well, I do that to him. Like, I'll take my little hand and be like, boo boo. And then, or maybe do this and be like, blonk. He'll just kind of be like, meh. And sometimes just kind of paw me and stuff. Like, he won't do that. Like, you kind of have to, like, you know, kind of be trained, you know, kind of train him into that. Kylo Ren. More! Kylo Shibi. Whimpers. Kylo Ren. More! Damn. Hey! I wasn't saying you give me more. Fucking dork. What a dorky dog. Bro! Do you mind, good sir? No manners. No manners on that kitty. Or a kitty. I'll say kitty because I saw this.
Stop.
This is fine, boom,
Stop
though.
it.
Yeah, stop it.
Stop, you're scaring me. You're scaring me. I said no. Stop being ratchet.
They're kind of not timed right.
We're done. We're over.
I mean, I feel like they should, like, they're using it too much, actually, I feel like. And also, they're not timing it right. But cats be like that, though. Seen it. Cat has issues. Yeah, that cat definitely got some issues.
You know, growing up older.
Why do I keep scoring for these randomly? But like, I mean, you know, all in all though, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure like their owners aren't really doing themselves any favors, mainly because like they're not really doing anything to be like, hey, don't be doing that. They're just saying they're not really like, you know, if anything, they probably, you know, play around with the cat like that. So, I mean, the cat feels like, you know, that behavior is alright. I mean, though, to be fair, though, the cat is not looking like it's too happy, though. So, if anything, probably not, but I have no idea. Cat definitely got issues. This dog got issues. Speaking of, I did see a kitty out there, you know, that is kind of taking the role of bandit and hunting some rats. And when I went to go do my biz, you know, outside, you know, spring a leak, I did hear, you know, the squeaks off in the distance of a rat after some rustling, and I'm pretty sure that cat got a rat. Good. Zukov. Maybe the cat got another one, and Zukov is fucking getting butthurt about it right now, because he hears it. Goof. Fulton Goof is what this pup is. That's what you is a damn goof. And do you mind? Damn little mutt. Damn crazy mutt. Jeez. There. Want to get myself set up for a little bit of batch of ramen. Kind of been like on a little ramen crave. I've been on like a pizza crave for like the longest time, but now it's starting to switch over to ramen. And what are you doing? I heard that. Are you trying to open the door? I swear to God, if he actually is like, if I find, you know, one of these days he's like secretly trying to open that fucking door. Yeah, well, now you're running away from it. Yeah, oh yeah, and you did something. Either he did something or he knows I just called him out. Yeah, were you trying to open that door? Now what are you getting? Okay, this dog's snooping. This dog's really starting to be a snoop. Oh. What the fuck? Oh my God. Whatever will I do with this little mutt? He has food, he has water. There ain't no reason to be a snoop, but yet he snoops. He snoops, he sploots. Most importantly, he be a floof. And this bull is not exactly doing me favors with air traffic. Well, alright, would you quit snooping? Like, dude, bro, seriously. No. No, 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 no. Anyway, gonna make that ramen now. All that delicious goodness. So, I'll call it good for the rest of the lovely evening. So, peace out, and be back around for the next one. So.